Hello, my name is Dallas, and today I'm back with more Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to basically try to finish up as many endgame minigames and side quests as I can that all unlocked at the start of this chapter. So when I last left off, I was just checking in with Johnny to see what new stuff was available.
Hey, how about an orb or two?
So I think the first priority is going to be to finish up any new Queen's Blood things. And then we'll start going back to each region to do all of the side quests. Because I think every region basically has a new side quest that opened up.
Welcome to Run Wild, a paradise for animals big and small.
There's a Queen's Blood thing over here. I might have already gone the wrong way, and then there's the challenge area that I think I have to do more for.
Oh man, you've got perfect timing. Want to go around against my little angels here? Name's Dokkacha. I believe in my cards and they believe in me. We're like a big happy family. You want to know how I got them to love me? With praise. You're so cute. You're so cool. You gotta show them every day how much you care. But I also want to tell them how strong and hard-working they are too, you know? Which is why I've been looking high and low for someone I can play against.
Okay. Just powered by one for each other enfeebled allied card, probably never use it. Also, I did find out that there's apparently a bunch of available cards that I could have bought at the card shop as I progressed through the story, but never did. I'm surprised they didn't just take that bottom row, but I guess I will. I mean, I guess I just win, unless they have... Yeah, they can play it over other cards. But also I can just kind of keep buffing everything I have. And most likely win that way. A little bit too late for him to do much of anything to stop this clear win. And we got him. $43, not bad for the first match of the day.
As much as I hate to admit it, it seems you have a much stronger bond with your cards than I do. Just what do you say to them to get them to love you so much? Huh? So you let your actions speak louder than your words? I see. By the way, on a completely different subject, have you ever heard of the card, the Shadow Blood Queen? Apparently there's only one. I tell you, if that's true, I hope I get the chance to see it in person someday. I bet it's the most beautiful card anyone's ever laid eyes on.
Okay. There's apparently a side quest here.
Well, if it isn't the talk of the resort! I can't thank you enough for handling that mess. Is there anything I can do for you? Who? Oh, that ungrateful schlub. I hope the hero is enjoying his 15 minutes of fame. It won't last, and neither will his hilltop roach trap. Just give it time. I certainly wasn't expecting the professor to do something like that. Still, I'm a simple man, and from what I gather, his experiment was of great scientific import. So while I could have done without the collateral damage, it fills me with pride to be the mayor who holds a special footnote in Shinra's illustrious history. There were a few injuries, yes, but no guests were killed. In all honesty, the professor did us a service by ridding us of those robes. The freaks were ruining our ambiance. Shinra also did us a service by providing us with a generous forget I said anything. Well, all that ugliness is in the past. Let's look to our future. One that's bright and mutually beneficial.
I'm not buying it.
Oh, surely I can sell you on the idea of lending the merc I've hired a hand.
What's this about a merc?
Oh, perhaps you're associates. That makes things easier. You see, some fiends popped out of the water and assaulted a group of innocent beachgoers the other day. The young lady agreed to exterminate those pests, only to go on a bender at a bar on the beach. I paid her a handsome sum up front, too, so I intend to get my money's worth. Oh, and after you've gotten rid of those monsters, as a personal favor, I want you to take care of that merc. She's been spending the money I paid her to do nothing but party. It's time she learned there are some folks you don't cross.
Agreed.
I've no doubt you'll find her at that damned bar. Do give her my regards.
Okay. Now the side quest started. And there's a Queen's Blood challenge over here.
Hang loose. Welcome to the land of
What is that? That is the... oh, that's Pirate King's treasure.
I could just stare at the ocean.
We'll take this match first and then see if there's any new puzzle ones.
Shooting here! Wait. Do you play Queen's Blood? You kind of look like you do. Oh my gosh, this is perfect! I'm Rihanna, an up-and-coming model. We're actually getting pics for a feature right now. And I was really hoping to nab one of me playing Queen's Blood. You literally couldn't have come at a better time. What do you say? Help a girl out?
Replace an ally and lower the power of allied and enemy cards affected on tiles by the replaced ally's power. Probably will never use that one. I should probably see if there's any good cards for actually swapping in, but I also just haven't really looked into it that much. Do that one first. That's the way there. I have to pick probably one to take back, or they take back neither. Do I take top or middle? I think I go this one. And then if I can play the move before they take it, then I'm set. Bottom row is getting stacked. Unfortunately, I don't really have anything I can use on that one spot, so I guess we'll just go for a buff. Try to make bottom row stronger. I kinda wish I had Archdragon one turn earlier. Depends on how many points they can recover now, because I don't think they're going to be able to take bottom row. They're just kind of swapping around cards now. And somehow made themselves worse. And made me stronger as a result. And we got it. A little bit closer on that one, but nothing too bad.
Gross! That intense stare, that knitted brow, glistening perspiration, perfection! I've never seen you look more beautiful! And you, Mr. Card Sharp, talk about a hunky diamond in the rough. Have you ever thought about becoming a model? Mola, you're a genius. We could team up, be a card-slinging, catwalk-strutting duo. You and me, taking over the world. What do you say?
No.
Harsh. We'll be kicking it here for a bit if you change your mind. After all, a model's work is never done.
Okay, so then the last person available to challenge is at the Gold Saucer, where there's main story. There is more puzzles, I think. As provides the cards, you provide the cunning in these puzzles and tests to keep your acumen. When using specific cards, complete to earn unique cards. Practice using card skills. I hit the wrong button.
I hope you have a great match.
I get cards for every character. A limited deck challenge. Your opponents lay the cards on the table, make the board into a minefield laden with cards to self-destruct. Use Dyne to detonate these traps and blow the competition to smithereens. Just don't let Phoenix stand in your way. Lower the power of allied and enemy cards on affected tiles by 4. It goes up 1, it actually goes to the right. So this is likely first. Now that raises enemy allied cards while it's in play. This would lower by 4. It claims the vertical spots. Okay, so that was not the right way. I need to figure out how to get a 3 spot by the look of it, where I can activate those 2 bombs. Lower the power of allied and enemy cards when destroyed. So this one would destroy the card 2 to the, or do 4 damage to the card 2 to the right. This one just raises the power of allied and enemy cards while it's in play. I don't know where I use Scrutiny, and that's kind of a problem. So this one, if I play it here, it can only hit this spot at the bottom, which is likely this. And first enfeeble, lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by 6, so that would hit the bomb up top. Raise the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by 3 while it's in play. Lower the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by 5, so like if I hit this bomb, then it goes for that one. I'm guessing I need to use the Scrutiny to buff. I can only buff up 1 or down 1. Is it just kind of a ruse? Let's see what happens here. So that one debuffs the one to the left and to the bottom by 5, and then this one lowers the 1, 2 away by 6. I still don't know what to do with the Scrutiny. Actually, wait. Dying is, Let me see what the requirement for dying is. 3 spots, so it has to either go here, here, or here, which hits both of those. So I think this one has to be the first play because it's the only one that activates from that spot, unless I put the bomb here. But if I put the bomb here, it just takes out these 2. It's powered by 1 for each other enhanced or enfeebled allied or enemy card. Raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles by 5, so the Phoenix needs to either go out in 1 hit, or it'll save these 2. That one has to hit there, and the bomb will take out the Phoenix in one. I still have no idea where to play this card, and that's kind of a problem. Because the only info I really get is that it will buff a card that's one tile away, but I don't know if that's any of the cards I have. Just do some experimenting. Oh wait, I think I know what I need to do. I need to put it below the Phoenix so the Phoenix doesn't get blown up. Because the Phoenix only buffs when it destroys them. Yeah, it only buffs them after they've been destroyed, so now I do this, and then it should all work. There we go. I did forget that it mentioned the Phoenix in the text, and I should have been looking at what that did. And I kind of forgot that that Scrutiny that I had buffed enemy cards until I played it in the spot that buffed those two. Limited deck challenge, opponents lay the cards on the table, enhance Jabberwock position on the board using cards from your hand, then replace it to activate its skill and power your way to victory. When played, lower the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by 1. I already messed that up. I didn't see that one. Should probably just click start and see if there's a retry option there. Because I need the 2 cards that can be destroyed at the top, so I had the first one right. That there to buff it, Riot Trooper there, which will get replaced by the Griffin to buff it. And we got it. That one definitely felt like an order of operations one, which, I mean, all of them kind of are, but that one especially. Place an ally, raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles by the replace allied's power. That's possibly good for me. Like I could pick something like Dio and then throw that on it. I did not look at the challenge at all. It was in red, so I was trying to see if it was like blocked. This card's power first reaches 7, raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles by 2. Destroy enemy cards on affected tiles, so it destroys top and bottom. I need to read the description for this one, so let's back out. So it looks like the idea is I need to play Sephiroth to destroy 2 cards, and then I need to use the security officer to play Cloud. Translate the cards on the table. Once Cloud's power reaches 7, enhances the cards around him. Use this limit breaking skill to your advantage and claim victory. So I need to figure out where I can place Sephiroth that will do the most damage. What is this one? Raise the power by 4. So when I played Sephiroth here, it did destroy that card, so it would buff Cloud by 4, which would put him at 7, and then buff everything around him. Then we win. I guess I could have figured that out just based on when I played, but I didn't see that card at the top, buff Cloud. I did it in the wrong order. Barrett can drastically enfeeble a card across the board. Use this long-range skill to snipe your opponent and win. Lower the power of allied and enemy cards on affected tiles by 3. This one will destroy this row. Raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles by 3. Lower by 2. So it buffs the spot directly above it, so ideally I would want Barrett there. The issue is I don't know how to get a spot to 3, because I can do that here. But it looks like I need to find a way to play Barrett farther forward. Maybe like this. And that'll buff that one. And then Barry goes forward. And then we win. Just had to think of how that spot in front was gonna evolve. Bear definitely seems like the strongest, like, 3 enfeeble card, because that one can reasonably be played in a second row to take out the card 2 away. Tifa wins a duel in a lane, she accrues a large number of bonus points, uses skill to your advantage, and outscore the competition. Win a lane to receive a bonus score of 5. So basically, top lane is dead, so I need to find a way to buff bottom lane a bunch so that I can get either bottom or middle lane. Raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles. So my guess is I'm going to be buffing Tifa in the bottom row. Trying to figure out where this actually does its effect. Because it looks like it's two-way, so it's either top right or bottom. By the way, I think I start with this. But I need to be able to play something that gets boosted by this. The problem here is the top row doesn't have much of an effect. Maybe this is fine. No, because that only buffs Tifa there, and Cactuar is kind of not being used. Because it definitely seems like the goal is to buff Tifa, so maybe I just try like I was originally planning to do this. Replace an ally and raise the power of ally cards on affected tiles by the replaced ally's power. I think I have an idea. So that's 12 points there. Not enough to win. That one's while it's in play, and this one is while it's in play. I just can't think of how to get that point difference. Because it either has to get rid of the 6, the 5, or the 8. Because I don't have any way to claim the top row to take anything else. And I feel like I have to get the Cactuar buffing the winning row. The one that I really don't know where to put is this Spearhawk. Maybe the idea is I need to buff up Death Wheel and then transfer that power over to Tifa in the middle. But that also doesn't seem right because unless I need Tifa one more spot over so they get the Cactuar buff as well. Okay, so it still gets the buff, but it transfers the power to Tifa, which causes me to win both rows. I see. Because their effects are while they're in play, not a one-time. I think we got it. I also didn't realize that there was an enfeeble effect on one of them, and I just noticed that their score got halved. I like the amount of territory that Tifa can claim, but it also feels like that is a very specific setup case, where I have to win the row that she's in. Rebirth is placed in a given lane, she enhances the cards on either side of her. Use the spoon to bolster your forces and turn the battle in your favor. Also, I low-key have no idea if this is required, I am just kind of doing all of these. He claims behind and in front, and raises by 3. Lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles while in play. Raise power by 1 for each enhanced or enfeebled enemy card. I wish there was a way for me to preview where their ability would go. Midgard Sormer raises his card's power when his allies are destroyed, so gotta be probably mindful of that. I get the feeling I need to play this one here, because there's not really much else. It's a 2 cost. So if I play this one here, that gives me Leviathan, which destroys 1 card in the back and weakens 2 of theirs without destroying them. So that gives me a 2, but I have one card that I just can't play. I think I need this one here. No, I need to wait above it. I definitely have to play Leviathan. That left me in no turns because I didn't destroy any cards. I don't know why that didn't why that didn't buff that one card. And I think we got it. I was just gonna process elimination to decide where I had to put those Madragoras. So she's not a terrible card, but probably not one I would use because I don't like her area claim. Red is enfeebled. He retaliates by enfeebling an opposing card across the board, unleash vengeance on your foe and emerge victorious. Lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by 2, so it looks like pretty much everywhere it's at least 2 tiles away. If I were to put him here, I also need to put a card on him that won't destroy him in 1 probably. Raise the power of affected tiles by 3, so this buffs the side and the top. Lower the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by the replaced ally's power. I think the idea is I'm going to need red here to at least take out those 2 tiles. What are these cards actually? When you win a lane, receive a score bonus of 10, so I need to win the middle lane. Destroy an allied card and replace it. Raise the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by 4, and when enfeebled, lowers their power by 4. So I need to not enfeeble that one. Means that red should not go here. When first enhanced, lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by 4. think I actually played that one in the wrong spot. I need that one there because I have to destroy it. I think that one there to get the Tomberry King. So this one buffs the bottom. Wait, actually, the other thing I can do is just try to destroy Two-Face outright. Maybe it is that one there. Then I chain up this row. I think I need to save red until later, but I just want to see what this chain looks like. Oh, it has to be an enemy card. Problem I'm running into is I don't know what the second golem is for then. Because I definitely need to hit that one to hit that one. And this one is supposed to lower the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by the replaced allied's power. So I think I need to find a way to clear the bottom row and then put red in there. Yeah, because then I could put red in there. No, I can't. This is a trickier one. This is the only way they would use both of the golems. But then I need a way to enfeeble red still. Way down here. And we got it. Probably would never use red and Yuffie. Play sundry cards with Yuffie to destroy, enfeebling others surrounded, friend and foe alike. Choose your position wisely and ninja your way to victory. When destroyed, raise the ally, when ally cards are destroyed, raise this card's power by 1. So these two buff while in play. This is by the replaced ally's power. So I want this here. When allied cards are destroyed, raise this card's power. Kind of just throwing cards down to see what happens. And we won. That one seemed extremely easy setup. Granted, the earlier challenge taught me how the power transfer works for those. Good thing I guess I did Tifa's first. Sith can summon his Moogle pal to your hand when played, but his powerful combination to work and improve your the cat's meow. Okay. So if I play Kate Sith, he'll give me another card. When played, add a Moogle to your hand. Theo to raise power for each card. 1 power for each enhanced card. I'm pretty sure I have to play Loveless in the back and the middle, because I don't want to buff the enemy cards. I need to see what his Moogle does. Raise the power of ally cards on affected tiles by 3 while in play. So it claims the cards in front, meaning I've already messed up. This seems like the obvious first play. Probably here. This will buff whatever card is directly above it. That should have been the Chocobo Jockey, but I don't know if I have a way to play the Chocobo Jockey now. They got a lot of buffs. I'm pretty sure that this is the right first spot. Pretty sure Loveless is gonna have to go here, but the issue is I need to find out how to buff this spot. Let's just get real crazy for a minute. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Because I don't know where to play Kate Sith that works. So if I play here, then I can't play the Chocobo Jockey. Actually, I can. But I won't win the lane, so I won't get the bonus. And I think that bonus is going to be required. Top row is definitely the easiest to win, so I think I need to focus on that. But now the question is, how do I fit Dio in there? Like that almost works, but it means that I'm gonna buff everything in all the rows. That does tie that row up. I guess I did it. Was that enough? No, I'm like 1 point short. Never mind, I forgot about the bonus. I was only looking at the numbers. So I kind of like that combo, but it seems weird to pull off. Sid can summon this tiny Bronco to your hand when played. Sort into battle this dynamic duo. Watch the competition crash and burn. Doesn't really tell me what they do. Just tells me that it's another companion card. Raise ally positions by 2. Oh wait, it raises position rank, never mind. That was easy enough. Almost through the collections. I still don't know if this gives me anything other than more cards. Once it is destroyed, he summons the Galleon Beast card to your hand. With this monster on your side, it won't be long before the competition joins the marksman in deep, deep slumber. Lower the power of allied and enemy cards by 1. Raise the power by 1 for each enfeebled allied or enemy card. I think I need to play him first because I need to see what... I feel like I did these in the wrong order, but I'm just gonna commit to see what it does. Lower the power of allied enemy cards on affected tiles by 1. So it'll basically delete that whole row. Which then makes me win. I could see for an enfeebled deck or a self-damaging deck, that's probably great. But that's not the kind of deck I'm using. Type position cards with skills that activate once in hands create a chain reaction. Some cards' power changes depending on the state of the adjacent cards. Characters activate the Amphidex and Gigandi skills to boost the power of your cards while reducing the power of your opponents. Lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by 2, so this would destroy the 2 front. Raise the power of cards on affected tiles by 3. So this needs to go here. This needs to go here. This needs to go here. This needs to... do that. And then we win. I thought it was buffing the card 2 tiles away, but apparently that's not what it did. So I didn't see what a free did, and that was probably the key to winning there, but it did it automatically. I probably done View Battlefield there just so I could see what that card did. Using Desert Sahagan and Reaper Tail to enhance your other cards when they are enfeebled, then activate the Jabberwock skill to enfeeble your opponent's card in turn. Position cards with skills that activate once enfeebled to create a chain reaction. Some cards' power changes depending on the state of adjacent cards. Lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles, so probably want this over here. And first enfeebled, raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles by 4. Down and over. That needs to go there so that I can play this. Which did not give me enough points to win. and I don't fully know why. Was I supposed to buff the Jabberwock card there? I don't think I can, actually. Wait, I think I'm supposed to play this one last. Because it just depends on their state at the end. It doesn't matter what their state is. Where I was. Actually, I don't know if I can. This needs to be in a position where it gets enfeebled. I think this needs to go here. This needs to go here. This needs to play here, and then I need to play the other card. Because it still gets the buff, but it doesn't have to be on the field when it activates. That's what I missed. Okay, how many of these challenges left? Just 2. Then we're done with all these. Place the other cards with Grandhorn and Giganto to activate their skill upon destruction. Facebook cards can only be placed on top of cards already in play, replacing destroys the card below activating its skill. Raise the power of allied cards on affected tiles by 3. I need Grandhorn to go here. So that I can play Quetzalcoatl here. Then I can play Giganto to buff everything. And then we win. Last challenge. Certain players of cards have the ability to transfer power of a destroyed card to another one still in play. Practice this technique by maxing out your Blowfoot's power, then replacing it with the Griffin. Need to buff that one and then transfer it to, I'm guessing, that Madragora. I think I did the tutorial one last by accident, which was probably not the most ideal way to do things. And then the bottom row stays buffed, but we take over the middle. Now we win. Yeah, these are definitely the tutorial matches that I did last for no particular reason. Instead, I just figured it out from the other matches. All the skill drills. That means we're officially done there. Meaning we're done with all of Queen's Blood until I go to the Gold Saucer. Other than buying cards, which I can do in the Grasslands.
To
I don't know if I need beachwear. I do not. They're not making me put it back on. So time for the other side quest here, and then we'll decide where to go after that. Because I have several options. I think I'm leaning towards side quests to clear up all the prior areas. Although Proto Relic is tempting.
Cloud. Welcome to my Costa del Sol headquarters. Figured I'd set up shop here, in case there's trouble in paradise. I know Junon was kind of a bust, but I'm back and better than ever. Same goes for my advertising. So don't you worry about me, my fellow merc.
Aren't you supposed to be working?
Really? Another lecture? For a 20-something, you sound like my grandma. And for the record, I have been working, thank you very much. I figured out where the fiends are probably gonna show. All that's left is to have someone else do the cleanup.
Let me guess. Me?
Exactly. So don't try to pin it on this merc. The whole situation would be resolved if you did your job. Nobody likes a slacker.
Man, this girl's got some nerve. And coming from me, that's saying a lot. But if we don't do something, it's your good name that's gonna end up taking the hit.
She's got a point. So, here's the deal. Your thoughtful bosses dug up a recipe for bait that ought to lure those monsters out of hiding. All you need to do is gather the materials and make some for yourself. Here. When you're done, head to the off-limits beach across town for some monster baiting.
You're coming with. Can't do this alone.
According to the recipe, it looks like you're gonna need to get some rare-ass monster parts. And I do mean rare. Probably can't find them around here. Oh, did I say probably? I meant definitely.
Nor do Kyrie's job for her to exterminate the fiends carrying away would-be beachgoers, clear them out using a special type of monster bait, investigate Light Springs in Gongaga and Cosmo Canyon to discern the locations of classified foes dwelling there. The best in the combat can transmute legendary bait from the materials they leave behind. I've already done that part of the setup, but I just need to have the materials to actually make the bait. I need Jabberwock and Marlboro. Not sure why he started walking all of a sudden. It seems like he can't run over here. But I think that's everything that's available in Costa del Sol, other than traveling with the plane. Let's check the combat simulator to see if there's anything new. Because I feel like there was and I forgot.
Save your aching feet and ride a wheelie instead.
Otherwise, we'll go to the grasslands and see what the side quest there is. It seems like I should probably pick up all of the side quests first, because they're sending me to other regions. And that seems to be intentional.
I'm in the presence of the... I assume you saw that broadcast from Wutai. It goes without saying that tensions are running high. I'm keeping a close watch on Shinra's activities, but it is unclear how the company will respond. We must proceed with care.
Anything new here? If not, then we go to grasslands and start picking up quests as we go. Nothing new. I thought I didn't get the item yet for doing all the combat simulator stuff unless I needed to find more enemies. Okay, these are locked. That's why I need to find more enemies in each area. Specifically, Corel has 4. Most of these I'm missing like a single enemy except for Corel, which has a bunch. And they're probably in the Coliseum. Which means I would have to continue story or get ready to continue story to do that.
If there's anything else I can do for you, please let me know. I'm always happy to help.
Fast travel.
Try Johnny's Seaside Travel Service. Huh?
Johnny and I got a little closer and, well, one thing led to another. But I'm having such a blast working that there isn't time for anything else. Maybe when things calm down. Welcome to Johnny's Seaside Travel Service.
So over to Grasslands. I don't know
Here
if
we
I...
are. I hope you have an awesome time in Costa del Sol.
Hang loose. We offer service to Under Junon by way of Junon proper.
Over to Bill's Ranch. I get the feeling we get to see what happened with the inn owner. I forget his name, I want to say it's Broden. Because the quest line ended with him basically getting ready to turn. And then we saw him after the fact. And see if there's anything else. Obviously here, I should probably check the shop.
Billy told me about how you guys caught a chocobo that can travel on water.
I need 10 gold plumes before I can buy all of the gear.
I bet it's a blast, zooming across the water on those birds you just caught.
I think I want to go up to Calm after I... Not there. Where's the card shop? It's a settlement. Card shop it is. Apparently he has a bunch of cards I could buy.
A lot of folks been coming in lately to unload their cards now that war's in the offing. Guess people don't got time for games no more.
I guess he has like every summon card. And also just a bunch of new ones. That's all of them.
Thank you for your patronage.
Now over to Calm to see what new quests are available. I get the feeling it can't be more than 1 or 2 quests.
Where you can forget the
Just by...
Next business is hiring and we want you!
We're a respectable company that offers great job security. Well, look who it is!
Beck's business?
That's right, buddy! And right now, we just so happen to be looking to hire new talent. Say, since you're here, how about I pencil you in for an interview? Sound good?
Oh yeah, sign him up, boss.
So you gonna get penciled?
Hell no.
So, prospective employee, first things first, what is your full name?
Cloud Strife.
Seriously?
Cloud Strife. Nice name. Real poetic. Next up, I'm gonna need your employment history. Ooh, doesn't get much more prestigious than that, does it? Explains why you're so strong, too. As you know, we here at Beck's Business make a living by slaying fiends and keeping folks safe. If you were to join us, what sort of skills would you bring to the table? Applicant has an uncharitable spirit. Let me just confer with my associates. Hey,
What's
We
up?
can get this schlub to do all the heavy lifting for us. Our monster troubles are over, boys. After thorough deliberation, our council has decided to approve your candidacy. Congratulations!
Congratulations!
You candidate!
Some might call you surly, but I can tell you're just shy. And I have full confidence your superiors will help get you out of that shell in no time. Welcome to the family.
I'm your superior, and you're my superior.
We've got some big expectations for you, rookie.
Okay, now that the formalities are out of the way, it's time for your first assignment. There's an old highway on the outskirts of town. Go on ahead and prep for battle while you're at it. We've got some paperwork.
You ain't serious about this, are you?
Ain't I always serious? Never know. Could be a nice change of pace.
You're gonna start wearing a mask, too?
Looks like that's the only quest. I don't know if I need to go along the road, so let's just go there. I should probably check my transmutation list just to see what stuff I actually need. I need to buy a bracelet somewhere. Able in the Meridian Ocean. So I need to go around to my plane to grab those. Purchase in the Cosmo Canyon. I guess I just never bought it from Cosmo Canyon. Cosmo Canyon has, looks like a boosted drop rate, but I can get it from any of the more recent ones. Power from the very wood of the world tree does not tell me where to get it. And then that's from the quest I have. I did forget to mark the new thing I got as a to-do item. Other than that, it looks like I've made at least one of everything. Oh, I didn't realize I actually just craft that and then I enhance it. Alright. Defeat the fiends, and it said they're along the road somewhere.
On behalf of Beck's business, let's get to work.
Hey, newbie! How's it looking over there?
You done with our work?
We ain't done shit! God damn it, was hoping they'd be dead. Come on, get him, Boogie!
Just wanted to make sure I didn't scan them, and I don't.
Get ready.
And we got it.
And as your boss, I'll keep that in mind during your performance evaluation. Huh?
Look who it is! That's Butt Munches!
What did you say?
You ran out of Midgard so fast, we didn't get to say goodbye. Heard you went straight and started a business. So me and the boys thought we ought to pay you a visit. Celebrate this exciting new venture of yours. It'll be a Get the party started! Yeah, start it! I love parties! Wait just a minute! Get ready, because you're finally gonna get what's coming to you. I don't even know who the hell you are. You better pull it.
Devil Rider is a new enemy I need to scan. Weak to lightning. I do need to remember to have Cloud use his ability to finish enemies. Let's have Cloud heal up real quick.
I'm coming! Go on! Don't give up now, you guys!
Use Doppelganger.
Everything's spinning.
And Aerith went down.
You're in good hands
Let's go ahead and pick her back up.
My turn. Say goodbye.
Can you handle them?
That was not what I intended to click there. I need to go for some kind of stuff.
now. That was teamwork.
I need her to Cloud ideally. Or Cloud will just get taken out. These guys are surprisingly sturdy.
Don't let me down.
I also did forget that I do have Rays, so I've just been kind of wasting items.
I'll show you what I can do.
Can you take over for me?
It's always gonna be me. You totally got it.
I would like to get a blade burst on this one.
Okay.
And they died before I could. Where's the other one?
What you get for thinking you can go toe to toe with big business?
You're nothing but a sellout.
Huh? What you say to me?
We're supposed to be rebels. Folks didn't want nothing to do with us. They kicked us to the curb, spit in our faces. And that's exactly what set us free. But you lost your way after Blondie whooped your ass. we get knocked down, we don't cut and run. We play dead and live to fight another day. Business? More like bullshit. Now you're just falling in line. You ain't outlaws. You're in-laws.
Boss? I don't want to be in-laws. Well, ain't that some shit? One taste of civil society, and I almost lost my edge. Listen up, boys. Effective today, Beck's business is closed. And in its place, I'll be forming Beck's Bikers, a band of outlaws born to rule the open road. Yeah, boss!
Yeah, boss!
No. Ready, boys? Then let's burn rubber.
You got it, boss!
Sorry, rookie. You're fired. But hey, lots of bumps like that with a ride of life. Gotta hang on tight.
One hell of a life then.
Gotta admit, kinda jealous. Psych.
Okay, so that's all Grasslands done. Barrett got a bunch of points. A few people got a bunch of points, and also I unlocked a new combat sim. So I think now we just go back to Bill's ranch and go to Junon to get ready for the quest there, and then I'll heal up at the ranch and do the one combat sim that opened. Actually, a surprisingly high amount of levels. Okay, so I actually do have to physically go to Cosmo Canyon to buy that upgrade item, unless I realize that I have one somewhere else. I don't. But that was a bunch of points, so let's see if anybody got anything new. Barrett and Tifa probably did. Folio, level 9. But he gets his limit break. And now I have 5 points left over. Highest cost thing is 25, and it's not great. I mean, it's not bad, but it's... Apparently there's a party level 10. Gives him limit charge. So I guess now I just either save up points to buy a bunch of things at random, or I just work my way up. I think I'm gonna want to save my points. Critical hit or concentration after being revived. I would rather have a permanent stat buff. After activation, press square with the correct timing to unleash 3 consecutive attacks. That sounds fun. And then she gets her limit break after that. I think everybody else needs at least 20 or at least 15. Yuffie's the only one who has 15. And she needs 20. Only available during United Refocus. Incredibly powerful attack that costs 3 ATB. I already healed up, so over to Chadley.
I see you've secured yourself a rather intriguing vessel. I hope to create a ship of my own one day. Perhaps even an airship. You'll have to join me on its maiden voyage.
So we got one combat sim here. I did hear that there's supposed to be higher difficulty combat sims, and I'm guessing if I finish every one, then those unlock. I get a new ice materia. Let's go with my more unused team, cause why not?
Get ready.
Better HP, yep. Pretty sure I scanned everything, but I did just want to make sure.
Take the lead.
Are you ready for it now? All together now.
Come on.
Fancy a weekend? Feel like taking over? Just ready?
My turn.
Here goes. Okay, let's shake away.
Spirit up improved. This feels like it's going to be very easy because this is just the grassland enemies. Unless it like makes you fight everyone. 3 of 5, so probably not. Really hoping for a counter there. Didn't realize the other one died. And I got a proficiency bonus finally that I remembered. Maybe I should just stick to Cloud until I get that proficiency done. I should also check if anybody else has one, because I have not really looked.
Say goodbye.
And we mastered the weapon ability.
You had your chance.
So now, who needs to still master stuff? Because I feel like that was nearly everybody who still had something. They've multiplied. Can't block that.
Don't overdo it.
I'll fight tooth and claw for you.
And Kaseth went down real quick. Luckily I have a raise now, so that's the thing.
You okay?
2 more materia improved. I got a lot of material levels there, which is kind of surprising. And new ice materia. That's all that I have access to, so over to Juno.
Trial's not challenging enough? I look forward to seeing what new discoveries you...
Need to remember where I think Jabberwock was Cosmo Candy, and then go Gaga for Malboro, so for the other side quest. And I wanted to check weapon abilities, and also I got new ice, so I want to swap that in. So it's getting levels. I don't remember who has ice. Apparently Barrett lost his linked for autocast. All of my autocasts are max, so it kinda doesn't matter, so I just put something on. MP absorption, cause why not? Tifa has ice, give her level 2, so she levels that up. And everybody is done with weapon skills. Yeah, for every weapon I have, they're all completely done currently. I think I'll swap him back to Gallahorn, but everybody else should be good. I remember where the fast travel was for a minute.
Spare your legs and catch a ride.
Over to Junon. Guess the big question is going to be whether the quest... I think the quest is below, because I think one of the minigames updated. There's nothing on the job board over there, which means it's almost definitely going to be under Junon. In fact, the quest board there is active, but no other one is. I don't think I should check the weapon shop actually to see if I did miss anything. I'm assuming these all updated.
Hello, hello, hello!
I've not missed any weapons, at least according to this one.
Don't be a stranger.
Let's do this. My friends.
Figure out where the job board is, and it's up here. One new quest here. In Dolphin Cove. Yeah, there was a new dolphin minigame, which I'm assuming this is the quest for. But also, frogs got updated, so I should do that. Guess it doesn't matter which one I do first, because it's still just 2 minigames. Right, frogs, because it's a little bit out of the way and I have to come back here anyway to go to the fast travel. I forgot that Vincent doesn't actually tag along with us for this.
Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit.
Which gives me 3 more enfeeblement rings if I last for 1 minute and 20 seconds. But more importantly, I have to do it for a collection item for Johnny's Inn, which is required for the platinum. I hit the wrong button for jump. I did X when I should have circled.
Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit.
So first 30 seconds is basically just walking, and then they actually add obstacles after that. It actually Vincent is with us. Got a crown and a little cape, which is very good. I'm not doing great work with the camera currently, but it's fine. I didn't see the bar coming. I do like how it keeps the timer going until I hit the water at the bottom. So if I get hit in the last 2 seconds, I'm fine. Not that way. The camera here almost feels too zoomed in. Luckily, they give me a little bit of a hint on where I should be. Although they do also mess up. Eventually. Maybe they don't. I feel like this was not the intended way to do it, but it worked out. So that's all 3 of those done.
Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit. Ribbit. Ribbit, ribbit.
So that's all the mini games for that done, at least the ones that are open. I'm assuming that's all of them. So now just Dolphin side quest. Then I think we're done with Junon after that.
Rufus will come out on top. Lately, I've been bringing in nothing but sea.
So, is there really gonna be another war?
Oh, hey, mister. Hey, Yuffie.
You guys are looking grim. Somebody die?
The grown-ups are saying there's gonna be a war soon. A real bad one, too.
And because we're right below Junon, everyone's worried we're gonna get hit first.
Don't worry. Under Junon doesn't really have any strategic value. I mean, it would get taken along with the rest of the city. But so long as you don't piss off the occupying forces, they probably wouldn't beat the crap out of you.
Well, I hope that doesn't happen, because it sounds horrible.
More importantly, how long has it been since we last saw each other? We should make the most of this lucky little reunion.
That'd be great! But what should we do?
I got it! Our adorable dolphin friend and this guy are gonna put on the most spectacular show ever! Who's ready for a good time?
Avoid the cove's obstacles while striking the floating beach balls to get Mr. Dolphin excited, increase his swimming speed, cross the finish line in record time to impress the children. R2 to perform sharp turns. If I beat it in 140, I get dark matter. I think I also have to beat it for item. For like a collectible. I guess the question is going to be how precise does it want me to be? I am hitting those obstacles a lot, but it's not ideal. Did just kind of go the wrong way, but it's fine. Probably.
So close! Shake it off!
That turn was not ideal. I think I'm already below the time, because I think it was 140 I need to beat. Does speed up real quick.
Awesome!
It almost feels like if I get a good enough trend going, I can kind of skip past a lot of the obstacles because of good cycles.
Nailed it!
That's out of bounds. I was like 2 seconds too slow. Because I think I was. I thought 140 was the time, but I don't exactly remember what the time was.
I didn't know Mr. Dolphin could do that.
Yeah, neither did I.
I kind of want to be a dolphin trainer too. You know, all we really need is a couple of super duper powerful orbs. We give Shinra and Sephiroth what's coming to them, and then it's happily ever after.
Maybe.
We hope you enjoyed the show, but even if you didn't, you still gotta pay. That'll be 1 orb apiece, kiddos. Pony up!
What? But I don't have any.
What a ripoff! Hey, without paying?
Thanks a bunch, mister. You better come back and put on another show sometime, okay?
Sure.
Okay, so I do need to do the rank 3 one because I was behind.
Everyone's waiting for an encore.
Apparently a new quest just opened up. Yeah, I was 2 seconds short of the best time.
Trust in Mr. Dolphin.
So we go again. I am missing probably more than I should. Oh, that was a rough hit. There was like definitely a period in the middle where I just didn't get like any beach balls anywhere. So maybe I can still make up for it. That was rough. Tried to squeeze through there, but was not nearly quick enough.
Keep it up, guys.
And I will be a couple of seconds too short again. So that time I was better at building up speed, but I hit a few obstacles, which pretty much costed me the run.
Keep it up, guys.
So far, going better.
Awesome. Nailed it.
I did sort of go the wrong way there for a minute. But we got it. So hopefully that's everything I need for the dolphin. Which would be, ideally, 2 more minigames done.
You should put on another show for us sometime. You better come back soon, okay? Seriously?
So now there's a new quest, and I'm guessing it's over here. No. Still at the job board over here. I'm assuming every region has at least one quest with a new monster. Because of the combat simulators. Because I'm missing like 1 monster for every area except for Corel, which has 4. And Corel is also where I have current story, so it's probably tied to that or the arena. For all of these, there's probably a quest with 1 unique monster in it. Fearsome Fiend is presently contained within Crater Cape. Civilians are encouraged to avoid Syria until the threat has been addressed. Is over here somewhere. By the big crater, obviously. I did kind of realize at one point that there wasn't a whole lot over here, so I guess this makes sense. There's like a fast travel point, an excavation site, and then nothing else. Despite this big area.
It's really you!
7th Infantry, right?
It's good to see you again, Captain. You here to offer support?
Something like that. Sit rep?
Sir, we managed to contain a dangerous fiend in the sector up ahead.
But said fiend proved more formidable than expected. So we were awaiting reinforcements, and imagine our surprise when you showed up.
The target seems to have settled down, but there's no telling when it'll act up again. Now's the perfect time to take the thing out.
Suppose we ought to lend him a hand, huh?
All right, Captain, follow us.
You!
Fall back, now!
Sir!
Okay.
Alright.
I was going for block. Because I figured SS was going to be a bad idea. Immune to petrify, resist to some things, weak to ice, enough damage by exploiting his weakness to pressure.
Here I come.
Let's go Snowboard and then swap to Yuffie. And go for Blizzard.
You need to chill. How you like this? Huh? Go forth and kick butt, you see. Here I go. Huh?
fire
show
there.
you what I can do.
Tagging out. I'm your one-stop claw brain shop.
Wait, this! Huh? How do you like this? Just... Alright.
Hang back.
I do kind of want to see what Aerith's abilities that I have not had a chance to use.
Take him down.
Ready or not, here I come.
I think she activated Arcane Ward. I'm gonna actually change her shortcuts to include that.
That's not good.
If we don't find and stop that feed, it could kill countless civilians.
Then a chocobo could trap it set. You're on it?
Yeah.
Good. We'll return to Junon. The garrison needs to be informed about the situation. That thing's vicious. Give it the chance, and it'll rip your heads clean off. So make sure you beat it to the punch.
We'll link back up with you once we finish our report. Till then, Captain.
A little bit surprised that there's a two-part for this. But also, before I forget, Chrono Aegis probably isn't worth it when I could be using Transcendence. Like it says it maxes out at level 2. I don't know if that means it costs 2 ATB gauges for the big boost. Or if it means that I have to hold like an ability somehow. Wrong button. I definitely don't need to worry about grabbing items here because there's not really anything. If I could find some more chocobo stops I missed, that would be great, but I also feel like I was pretty thorough on these earlier areas. Later ones I could definitely see myself missing a few because the areas are very complicated. This one was pretty simple to get around. There they are. Wanna do in Storming, both of which I enjoy this game.
You're up.
Let's go!
On now. Deal with that.
Can you take over for me? You're in good hands now! Go on! Just
Such a little bit of overkill.
here I go! Little... This calls for more Yuki! No way!
Dodge your time.
All the time. Let's do that. Pushing it.
I'm coming!
Aerith to be getting more ATB.
Ready. That'll do! Who's that for some magic? That's it! Cut! That'll do!
That was an unfortunate time for you to get knocked out. have Yuffie go ahead and limit break the big one. I did immediately forget that Aerith has an ability I should try out because we're about to win, but I wanted that heal. And we got him. I guess I need to sniff around here. Weird time for it to fade away, but it worked out. So I was already by it. I also didn't realize that how physically far away Gold Saucers is being measured by the quest icon. Where did it go? Feels like it kind of wasn't made to account for the climbing, because it disappeared while I was climbing. Try to avoid that fight. It is a keep disappearing. I was following the road pretty much exactly, and it still disappeared. It's right there. That's definitely less ideal. So he's using magic, so I can't use Yuffie's ability. But I still want to set it up.
I'll show you what I can do.
Actually gonna give her a shield.
How about you?
I should have actually gone for Doppelganger now that I think about it.
Now with extra beguiling ninja.
Hang back. Ready?
Thought that was gonna give me credit for a counter, but I guess not.
No holding back. Gotta be careful. Let's switch it up.
Here goes.
Not looking good.
Get him. That's it.
Let's put an ATB ward just kind of right in the middle.
Come on.
Show me what you can. Why don't you lead the way? You insist.
Polarity shift. I need her to Go for prey. He has it.
Good to go.
Alright.
I need to wait a little bit more to get some blizzard abilities off. Let's go cross slash.
So it's my turn? That'll do! Take that! Tagging out! I'm your one-stop shop right now.
I can't tell if she still has doppelganger out. Make this. No stealable items.
All right.
My turn. Get ready.
I can help too. Here. Here it comes.
Give him. And transcend, and she can transcendence. Okay, so she has to use the ability multiple times, and then it builds up. Alright, then. Everyone.
I'm told that the target's been neutralized. Excellent work out there.
Ma'am.
Something on your mind, Trooper? Very well. Permission to speak granted.
What's the 7th Infantry still doing out here? I figured you guys would have been shipped back to Midgard by now.
Normally, I wouldn't answer that sort of question, but why not? The brass ordered us to remain behind, following the ceremony. Anything else? That little Hellion back there was a bioweapon developed by R&D with the cooperation of advanced weaponry. They were keeping it in that underwater facility of theirs, but it managed to escape during a research incident. Our investigations are ongoing, but we suspect the Shinra Resistance Committee was involved. You're familiar with their operations?
Nope, not at all.
Our orders were to neutralize the fleeing fiend and ensure the safety of the local populace. While we succeeded in locating the target and keeping it contained within an isolated area, it was too tough to take on.
After we parted ways with you, we hurried back to Junon and called for additional reinforcements. But our calls went unanswered. There just aren't enough troopers to go around.
That's bullshit. There's plenty of troopers. They just didn't want to help because they heard we were fraternizing with the enemy.
They may operate as independent cells, but it seems they communicate regularly. While united by their desire to take down Shinra, the how and why of it varies considerably between factions.
Some see civilian casualties as acceptable collateral damage, or our fault.
I've no doubt these extremists sick that monster on the city.
Such scum deserve nothing less than to be trapped in a room full of tonberries. I have to admit, I was worried the situation might have gotten completely out of hand. But you managed to bring it under control. You did good out there today. I must say, in all my wildest dreams, I never thought I'd have a soldier in my ranks. One who keeps such unusual company at that. Suspected terrorists, a Wutaya ninja, an escaped lab rat, and an ancient. At ease, we're heading home. I need to report today's events, how the 7th Infantry resolved the crisis on its own.
So you're not gonna tell them about us?
No, but you best leave before I change my mind. Otherwise, I might just strap you to the back of a dragon.
Assuming we all live long enough, there's a chance we may meet again someday. Though let's hope for your sakes that it isn't on the field of battle.
We thank you for your support, Captain. 7th Infantry, salute!
At ease, troop. For good this time.
So that's Junon done. So now we can just leave as far as I know. Which means I probably don't want to go back to the Corel region. I probably want to go to either Gongaga or Coswell Canyon. Probably gonna be easier to get to the fast travel at Gabe's Ranch, so let's do that one. If I go Cosmo Canyon, I have to be a bit more mindful about picking up stuff. Also, I almost forgot about the new combat sim.
Thanks to your efforts, this area has been fully surveyed. And yet, this is only the beginning of our adventures together. I'm excited to see what knowledge awaits us elsewhere.
I also did get more skill points, so Aerith is probably ready for another ability. I think I also saw Yuffie leveled up, but I don't remember how close she was to anything. Go Cloud, Aoife, and Barret. Back to the more classic party. Say classic as in like the ones we start with in the first one.
Keep it together.
Yeah, I'll do it. Give 'em hell.
I got this. Go for it. Gotcha. Keep it up. It's over. No more games. It's over. Pour it on. Watch yourself.
It's on you.
Wasn't quite ready for that charge, but also we're just gonna do this.
Let's go.
And we got him. So I think at least since I have access to this, I assume it means I've scanned every available enemy. I wonder what happens if I miss the quest one. Do I just get locked out of this combat sim, or does it show up somewhere else?
Keep it together.
Guess it's my turn. You're up.
You're up.
Hang back.
I had briefly paused for a minute, but it's fine. Luckily there was a time slow there.
Don't
say bonus round is kind of really nice. Especially when I was checking it there and it was just chewing through their stagger meter.
Here I come.
Wasn't quite ready for the block.
Pay attention.
That cannot be blocked. Yeah, we got him. I will say this last round of fight seems extremely easy, and it's weird that this is locked behind getting all the side quests done. Because it just feels like a victory lap of all the monsters that I've already fought, unless it's just to give me a cess that I might have skipped for some reason.
Deal with that.
Guess it's my give 'em hell.
Let's do this.
And we got him.
Don't overdo it.
Need my help. Bring it home.
Hang back.
Apparently I wasn't good enough to deal with that.
It's all you.
Give 'em hell.
Good to go?
Count on me.
Thanks.
I actually did the wrong ability there. I needed to do reverse scale.
There! Come on! Keep it up! Too late! Up you go! Finish him off!
And we got him.
Hell yeah!
So that was easy. Yeah, still weird to me that that is locked behind assessing every enemy in a region. Because that is a
I
very
gather
easy
from your
fight.
expression that you're eager for more. I can't help but wonder where we'll meet next. So many fascinating possibilities.
Ideally, I would like to build up, like here. I can check my skill points while I'm at it. I'll grab a win just because it's on sale, even though I definitely don't need win out of all the elements. Ice is the only one that I seem to be lacking. I think Aerith and Yuffie need 5 points. At least. Likely more. Because I don't think either of them were one no. Actually, Aerith is. Never mind. Aerith can get her limit break now. Yuffie, I think, was 2 away. Fill their party members' limit break gauges, so if I don't need a heal, I can just have them do limit break. But Yuffie, I feel like definitely needs 5 more. Yes. I think everybody else is good until they get 20. Yeah, because Cloud needs this one, which gives him Deadly Assault from above that can only be performed midair. Fills a limit gauge when expending ATB charges. That's gonna be broken. Especially the way that I play Cloud. Was Tifa 1 away or is she 2 away? She's 2 away. Yeah, because she gets the Trinity Strike. So that's officially everything in Junon that I know of. Because I've already done Fort Condor, and I don't think there's any other minigames that are available. Or if there are, then I need to do something to unlock them for later.
So, need a lift somewhere?
I can only go to Costa del Sol. I guess we gotta go to Costa del Sol. If I want to finish up the mission at Costa del Sol, though, I have to do Gongaga or Cosmo Canyon. Or I go for the Proto Relic. Guess, do I need to activate Gold Saucer Story to go for Proto Relic, or is that just something I have access to? There is also the Bronco, which lets me travel around. And then maybe I can work on the Pirate King's accessory. So I have a few options. I think the only thing I'm putting off right now is Gold Saucer because that is story. Although I will be doing a bunch of minigames there. Part of me thinks I should check back at Johnny's hotel, but I think I just want to finish up more stuff before then. Because most of it's probably Gold Saucer.
You ready to jet? This here's your captain speaking. Outside your windows, you'll see open waters. Be advised there may be subtle ocean swells. That was that. This thing's practically a paddle boat. She can swallow us whole on a whim. So we're sticking to the shallows.
So there's one over here. I went too far towards the coast. I did briefly forget that some of the stuff I need is just going to be in boxes floating in the ocean. Oh yeah, the 4 Corel scans I'm going to need are probably going to be these.
Here we go.
That was, physical like I was hoping.
Take the lead.
I'll show you what I can.
Weak to wind, alternates between a low voltage and a supercharged state. It's electricity. Attacking while supercharged will unleash a paralyzing bolt of lightning, but also pressure it. Exploit his weakness with a strong wind attack will generate electric charge, while also making it susceptible to be pressured. Stunned.
I got this.
The attacker while it's doing that run.
Take the lead.
I'll take care of them. That'll do.
Here to do Radiant Ward.
Let's do it. No holding back.
This calls for more easy.
It's on you.
Here goes. That's it. Here it comes. One more shot.
Let's go seconds and then another one. Time for it.
Let me teach him a lesson.
Yuffie's gonna storm.
One more shot. Don't think I can't get it out.
Okay, so the first one buffs her magic, the second one unleashes a big wave of magic hits.
One for you.
And they should win the fight. Actually, probably not quite, but close.
Tagging out.
Let's do this. Take the lead.
You can do it. I'm your one-stop love right now.
And there we go. First pirate treasure done. That wasn't too bad. Also, apparently there's a cache location near here. Guessing that's for the treasure. Yeah, just one of one. Grenades that I've never used. At least for those, it looks like if I didn't get the scan, I can redo the fight if I want.
You ready to jet?
So I need to make sure I'm thorough about running into boxes in the water. Because I need those resources. Don't know why some are glowing purple, unless it's just because it's a special item I need. or if it's a unique item to this area. And it says it's gonna be on the island to the northeast, the bigger one. Specifically, I think I need that divine hardwood is what I'm missing. And then I get 2 items to craft from that. Should be somewhere near here. It says upper northwest side. Looks like that's the spot.
Here we go.
Got a lot of damage. Weak to lightning. Followed up to galvanizing flames, it'll unleash powerful fiery counterattacks. Poisoning it will quench its flames and pressure it. Lightning aspect attacks will figure the game, so I need a poison if I want to do it with fire.
So it's my turn? Can you take over? You will regret this.
Nice. Right there. I would like another one. Another would be great. Hancock can get his plasma. I did like no stagger, and I don't know why.
I'm here for you guys. One more shot.
But his pressure gauge has stopped moving.
You can do it. Right.
Let's go. That's a lot of damage there. Gonna need Cloud to heal up.
Gotta be careful.
I'm coming. I keep my distance if I were you. That's it.
Get a doppelganger up.
This one's for you. Stay strong, okay? Get him. How about you show us?
Let's go for Rancid Breath. Also, I think that's a win. Or it should be after this. And we got it. I will say the presentation of these fiends made them sound like they were going to be a lot tougher, but they're not too bad. And maybe I'm just very overleveled going into this. But this was locked off until I got the plane, so it is pretty much endgame content. Two down, I think I need 5 pieces total. I did kind of expect there to be like chocobo stops around here as quick fast travel points, but I can understand why there's also not.
You ready to jet?
Just because they wouldn't want people to like be able to just get these auto tracked because a chocobo comes like flying out of nowhere to tell them it's nearby. Next one is way along the other coast. And then there's one across all the way, pretty much all the way across. Love to see those item drops that I need. Because the more I get just randomly cruising around the water, the less I'll have to actually hunt for. That is definitely like south side of Junon. I'm getting a lot of pirate jetsam and I don't know what it's for. Or actually I think it might be part of the craft. Let me check. It's not listed there. Maybe there's something else I'll end up making with it. And I can make the bracelet now. I think that was the, Divine Heartwood. Means I can now enhance it if I give 5 more Divine Heartwood. Gonna swing around and break all these real quick. I think I really need the motion sensor for this.
General lays eyes on us, I say we skedaddle.
Definitely seems to imply that I should try to get to the south side of this, so maybe I just need to not be by the city. So in kind of this, it looks like it's over on this side. I wonder if I could have just walked here from Junon, or if I did have to take this. Because it seems like it could go either way. I think I could have just walked from Junon, but I didn't realize this was part of it. Wait, nope, that's just a disembark point. So it's near here, but I don't think it's on the shore. Or maybe it is.
Appreciate the business.
Because there's not really a whole lot here except whatever that is. But it looks like that just had me disembark. So my guess is that it's just somewhere in this area. And doesn't require the tiny Bronco to get. I found a different cache site. Not what I was looking for, but I guess we're here now. Can I get to other parts of the ship, or is it just this section? There's the other chest. I can't tell if I just went to the wrong spot. Also, I don't really know where the nearest port is. So I'm kind of assuming they just went back to Costa del Sol, but I don't fully know. I lost my treasure map, or at least it's not letting me pull it out, which makes me think I did need the tiny Bronco to dock somewhere special. The only thing I could think of is it would be somewhere on this, like, ridge here. That's the only thing that's kind of within the area that's I've not explored yet. But this is all just kind of a cliff face. It did let me disembark over there on the ship. But that doesn't really tell me if that's the spot I need. I've already been to the ruined treasury over there. Like, the other two seemed extremely obvious as to where I needed to go, and where like the intended spot was. This one seems like it's could be anything in this general area. Creates a bit of a problem because that doesn't really narrow it down. It's like the map it gave me was just kind of everything in this section. Can I just view the map in my... Maybe, but it seems to be... There it is. So I can't view it from here. Means I think I'm in the wrong spot. I think I specifically need something that I can do from only the tiny Bronco. Other best guess is it's over here, because I haven't been able to go over there. Go to Tiny Bronco there. I did just figure out that it is a fast travel option like Chocobos and the buggy. That is a huge X that covers pretty much everywhere along the shore where I can go. Okay, it was just at the very edge of this. But we found it. That's 3 out of 4, including 3 out of the 4 of the scans that I need. Actually, this might not be Countess Corral now.
Won't take long. Get ready. Allow me.
Weak to fire. Pressure when it assumes a counter stance after a certain amount of time passes to release Graviga on the party and revert to its normal stance. Second, while in counter stance will prevent it from using Graviga.
Here I come.
I'm your one-stop clobbering shop. Go forth and kick butt, you see.
Did die there at a very important time. I was trying to heal everybody but prey and then swap to him. Why did she not raise? Gonna save those. Actually, I'm gonna have you do a backline command with red. Aerith is gonna build up gauge. I wanted Yuffie to pray there. But instead, Yuffie popped one of her abilities, which was a problem for me.
You okay?
I was gonna try to counter strike, but it didn't quite work.
Come on, you can do it. Good night.
And we got him. That one was definitely a little bit tougher, but not too bad. I just want to get rid of the red on the screen. Three out of 4. I did also forget I should just be using these because I have nearly maxed. So one more pirate treasure, and if I get a few random pieces of debris out in the water, then I get another craft. Which, based on appearance, doesn't seem to be great for anybody unless I need more materia slots. That one gives me 6. Who has less than 6 that I would want? Cloud. Red only has 4. I forgot who else it was good for. If it's Barret, then it goes to Barret because I want him to have the linked again. It is not Barret. It would give Yuffie more physical defense. And another slot, so maybe? I don't fully know what I would give her. I will say she builds up ATB pretty fast and doesn't have a lot to spend it on, so I should probably find something. Now I need to go all the way across the ocean. Try to break these boxes real quick. And there's the last one I needed. So yeah, let's give that to one physical defense for 32 magic defense and a materia slot. That seems like almost too much of a defense trade. I thought it was going to be smaller. 26 for +4, and they get 2 slots. I think that's not a terrible go-to. Since I'm also not using them much, I would rather have them leveling more materia. Let's have him level up the other cleansing. Is there anything that gives defense? More spirit up is tempting. I have a lot of HP ups and most of them are nearly full. And most of them are already on red, so let's maybe not put another one. Go with spirit up instead. Break those, and then let's go for the final treasure spot. And then that'll be another quest done. What other materials did I need? I needed Astral Remnant, which I got 2 of, so I need Cosmotite ore. I need to buy a bracelet, the relic, and then the 2 rare monsters for the side quest. Astral Remnant seems to be a thing that I might need to find more of randomly, and they only seem to be in the water, or at least that's the only place where I found them. I think I just want to go straight across this way, and then I'll eventually hit a spot I need. I don't know if there's anything else I need to worry about finding in the ocean. They haven't told me of anything at least. That's just a bunch of rocks. Trying to just figure out the spot. Looks like it's almost over here. Because I can see the beach above it, so it's on the northern, so this is the beach. No wait, this is just kind of the desert area, and then it's just kind of over here near Gongaga. I could apparently fast travel to the Gongaga port, but it feels like I would be wasting resources. That is good to know that I can just fast travel between ports with this. I don't need to, I guess, just drive everywhere I need to go. More pirate jetsam. So it seems like there might be 2 things that are relatively exclusive to the ocean here. Or they're at least more likely to drop in the ocean. I'm assuming the pirates one is exclusive. I can't imagine why there'd be pirate stuff just randomly like in Nibelheim. Looks like it's definitely on the northern side, so I need to basically go around that big cliff face, and then it should be somewhere around there. That's the Gongaga ports. I don't think that's the right one. But it might. It is colored like the quest ones. But I was able to reach here earlier. I think it's to the east of this, because there's like kind of a little dent area that I can see that looks more like where the X is. Or I'm wrong there. Okay, there is a spot there, though. There it is. And if I remember right, the accessory for this is pretty good because it just gives me more ATB. Or I could give it to Yuffie so that she gets her really strong attack.
Give it all you got. Best do it right.
Weak to Blizzard, enough damage by exploiting its weakness to pressure it. It will grow in sense as power intensifies each ornaments, increasing or reaching its apex after the fight. Let's go for the big stagger hit.
It's on you.
Here goes. That'll do.
There's one roar.
Okay. Show me what you can do. Why don't you lead the way? You're in good hands now. Let's go.
He was with ice, but just be sure, yep. I was trying to go for the broom ability, but it wasn't letting me.
Don't overdo it.
I'll show you what I can do. Cut! This one's for you! Just gotta focus. Get him! Hey, you ready to mess him up
Watch
good?
this.
Where's Infinity End? It's pretty high up, I thought it was lower.
Keep it up.
Come on, team! Wanna see what
And we got him. Last part of the pirate's treasure. So technically, in terms of function, this would be best for Yuffie, but it would also just be really strong on anybody.
Well then, we've collected all the lost fragments. Time to reassemble the Pirate King's treasure.
Because the reason it's better on Yuffie is she needs the 3 ATB gauges, so she doesn't have to use United Focus to use one strong weapon ability. So basically every time she uses 5 commands.
You've trounced me best mates, which means you're more than worthy of taking my treasure compass. There'll be no roads on the high seas. You're at the mercy of the wind and waves, bound to their will. The ocean's a capricious lass, fickle and cruel. She'll do her best to drag you into the depths. But man or monster, it's your maidens that will see you through. I treated mine with respect, and they stuck with me till the end. Of course, there was no shortage of sturdy dogs who held out for us. But instead of hanging the jib, we laughed in their faces. Aye, that's the way. Trust in your hearties and yourself. And when all else fails, let that compass be your guide. May your spoils be plenty. And you always have your back.
Man, who knows where that compass will take us? Maybe it'll lead us to some crazy treasure. I can't wait to find out.
You do you.
Or not. I mean, nothing can compare to the greatest treasure of all, the planet. Okay, crew, let's weigh anchor and hoist the mizzen. The live stream's calling. It's high time we set sail. Yo ho, me hearties!
Successfully transmuted the ancient pirate King's Trusted Compass. Pay attention to where it points. While standing high seas, high seas may lead you to treasure. Okay, so there is probably just something randomly around the ocean that I can find with the compass. What accessory does Yuffie have on? She has Thief's Gloves. Absolutely fine with trading that out. It would help if I could find where it is. Or is it a cloud? Or is it... So I didn't realize I had that, which seems to be quite good. In fact, I kind of really want that on Cloud. But I don't know what other material I want to give him. Maybe time, because why not? I'm guessing that's an accessory, but I just didn't see it in the list. Corsair. If it's not an accessory, then it's bad. There it is. So now Yuffie can... If she uses 5 abilities, she'll get access to her super strong ability that I have to still unlock. I guess the question is, how long is a short time? So let's go back to that Gongaga port. Unless I can figure out where this compass will take me. Let's go for the compass first. It takes me towards Pirate Jetsams if I get close. I don't know what those are for yet, but at least I know what it points to. The question is, what do I actually use those for? Because I've definitely found a few of them, but it didn't tell me what they're for. I'm guessing it's another thing I can craft. Maybe it lets me get more compasses, I couldn't say. But made it back to Gongaga. So I think I needed to fight the Marlboro here, who was... over there. I need to figure out which item I need, because I don't know if I need to steal it or morph it or something else. I need their tendril.
No need to go easy, right?
Weak to Blizzard. It's a morphable or an item drop. Immunity to basically everything. I don't want to use Comet just to see what it looks like. So that was one of the things just hitting from the sky. Forgot which ability it was. Mind Blast, I think.
Deal with that.
I'm coming.
Yuffie got eaten.
You're not gonna like this. That'll do.
That was a ton of damage, actually.
So long.
And we won.
Wonderful work! I trust my guidance was crucial to your success.
Unfortunately, I didn't get the item. Means we gotta fight him again. Actually, I should check if somebody has Morph, right? Because that would be a guaranteed drop. Aerith does. I should have used it when I was just kind of spamming there. But I didn't think about it, and I was just kind of hoping it would drop.
I'll take your hot stuff, huh? Marlboro presence detected. Commencing guidance protocol. Marlboro Saga region has known to grow exceptionally large, thanks to their ravenous appetite for woodland forage. This species, however, has undergone an evolution to monstrous mature. Of course, their species is not its owners. It's toxic to its prey. Without its rise, the great Marlboro could destroy the woodland ecosystem. Facial coverings aren't required. It's strongly recommended to reduce the situation.
It's on you.
Tagging out. You won't regret this. You need to chill. And stay on the side. How you like this?
I really need to make sure that Aerith is ready with a Morph.
Here I go. Just no. Can stand against you. It holds the best kept ninja secrets. Ta-da! You've got this under control. Go on. Here I go. Here goes. Don't worry. That's it.
Oh, we got it, but I didn't get the Morph in time. But it worked out.
Done, everyone. You made that look like child's play.
Don't know why it's not letting me go to the pause screen, but anyway. Over to Gungaga to pick up the new quest. And I also probably want to heal up.
Welcome to Gungaga, where you can taste the
Don't forget to try some of
It's springtime, boys.
Why is there a weird space there? Inspiration for the next children's book. Escape from endless writer's block. I do want to check if I have any new abilities to unlock. If Yuffie is up to 20 points, then I can really make use of that accessory she got.
No better way to stave off boredom. Don't worry, no pressure. Take as long as you want.
And she is. I think everybody else is actually Kate Sith might ready. Giga Magic Mog Box. I've not been able to use any of the level 3 limits. Granted, I only just got all of them today, but still. I think it's because they're on characters that I'm not currently playing as, and the fights that I have used them for didn't last long enough for a limit attack. Cloud, I'm pretty sure still needed 5 points. Yes.
See ya. If you need something else, you know where to find us.
So we wanna heal up first, and then we'll go for the side quest. That'll be, I think, everything in Go Gaga. Because I just needed that one fight. And then the side quest. I don't think there's any major minigames unless they get added now. I kind of forget how to get back over here.
There's something in the air.
So now where's that quest? Apparently south side over by the chocobos.
Don't forget to try some.
This is your friendly.
My, what a trip.
Then we just have Cosmo Canyon, probably one more quest in Nibelheim, and then off to the Gold Saucer. Unless I need the Proto Relic.
Cut it out!
I've died and gone to heaven.
That's gonna cost you $2 grand.
$2 grand? Although, for a visage of such pulchritude, if I had the money, I'd pay your price in a heartbeat. But alas.
I'll pay you if you rein it in.
Don't think I caught your name.
Oh, my sincerest apologies. I'm Neve, and I write children's books for a living. Which sounds fun, but it's not, since right now I'm flat broke. I spent my last remaining gil to come scout out this village. I was hoping to use something here in my next book, but... The specter of failure stalks me, looming from behind every corner. Will my creative instincts ever return, or am I doomed to chase them like a rat in a life-size maze?
Wait, what did you say? That sounded a lot like... I'm a rat trapped in a life-size maze. Sorry, but I just gotta ask. You're Meave Mabel, aren't you? Author of Life in the Endless Maze. That's my daughter's favorite book in the whole world. Can I get an autograph? Wait, actually, can I shake your hand?
Of course! Anything for a fan. I mean, I always assumed I didn't have any, but it's an incredible honor to finally meet an aficionado of my work.
Oh, you said you were scouting this village for book ideas, yeah? If it's all right with you, we'd love to help. Got the perfect guy to serve as inspiration, too.
What?
You are perfect!
I am?
Yes, I can see it now. A warrior beast, with fur as fiery as his burning soul! Curse this feeble frame! My mind races, yet my hands plod along as if trapped in treacle.
Miss Mabel, are you all right?
Resolve, suffering, odyssey. Help me to express these themes by taking pictures which embody them. I beseech you.
Resolve, suffering, and odyssey. Those are great themes. We're gonna need locations to do them justice, though. There's a riverbed by the edge of the forest that'll work. Come on, let's hit it up.
I can't wait to see your photos. They're sure to help me write a story like no other.
Okay. I'm not following them. I didn't see where the quest icon is. Way over there. Take a resolve theme picture.
First up, we gotta capture Resolve. And in my humble opinion, there ain't no better backdrop than right here, where jungle meets desert. Look right at the camera, and think of when we made our heroic charge straight into this godforsaken tangle.
Alright, make sure to get my good side.
Snap a few shots of Red 13 to provide made with inspiration for your next work. Get your camera and aim it at a spot where Red 13 should pose, denoted by a camera icon. When he assumes the pose, you want to take his picture.
Make sure to catch my good side, alright?
Step aside. I'll show you how it's done.
Okay, there is one over there. It's a good thing there was text there, because I would have just taken the first photo and left.
Oh, I know. The Mako reactor. Come on, we gotta keep this thing rolling. Just like the book. Escape the maze and be free.
Good thing I've got this area completed, so I can just fast travel everywhere I need to go.
Well, here we are. Can't say I've got fond memories of this dump, considering. But hey, that's why it's perfect for capturing the theme of suffering. All you gotta do is picture Scarlet's ugly mug, and we're golden. Easy as pie, am I right?
Okay, one pensive-looking Nanaki coming up. Cloud, over here! Come on, come on!
Look at him go.
This is gonna be the best one
I
yet.
figured it would be one with a reactor in frame.
Okay, the last one is Odyssey. Don't know about you, but that screams airstrip to me. Let us fly on the wings of dreams together and claim our freedom. You know, like the book.
Simple enough. Haven't run into any big monster yet though, so I feel like there's definitely another quest. Unless this ends with one.
This is the last one, so make sure you look extra spiffy red. Theme is Odyssey. Recall the way you felt about setting off for Cosmo Canyon. nerves, the excitement, the joy, the hope. So, strike a pose like,
No worries, I got it. Okay, make way for the bottle. Cloud, over here! Come on, come on!
I'm going to guess the pose matters. It's like if he's using a pose that he's already done before, then it's probably the wrong one. Problem is, I only see 2 spots with a camera icon. Up there.
Step aside. I'll show you how it's done.
And we got it.
perfect. Better hurry and get these back to Miss Mabel.
Yeah, I don't think this is the last quest here, so there's probably another one, which, I mean, there was a huge gap in the quest board, which is probably that one.
Here you go, Miss Mabel. Think these will spark your imagination?
What is this feeling? It's as if my hand has become a conduit for the gods of prose. There once was a crimson warrior who everyone loved. He was so strong they called him the King of the Forest. But he wanted to be even stronger, so he went on an adventure.
That's actually not too bad of a start.
While on his journey, he came across a group of 3 brave knights. The knights were very impressed, and they told him, "You are the king of which the legends foretold. Please, lead our people to victory."
Oh, wow. I like where this is going.
He gazed off into the distance and with conviction declared, "Though I began my journey as king of the forest, that is not where I shall end it. My future lies far beyond the woods."
This is bound for the bestseller list. A surefire hit. Right, Cloud?
You never know.
Oh, man, you really just don't get it, do you? Listen, you gotta have faith.
If you don't write something you think will sell, it won't. So believe. Trite but quite true.
Oh, I can't wait to read this to my Marlene. Don't want to rush you, but I hope you can finish it soon.
Thank you! And I promise that the instant it's complete, I'll make sure to send you and your daughter a copy. Oh, right! And one for our bestial brainchild.
Yep, figured that would unlock a new quest. Because I still need to fight one monster that I haven't seen yet. I think quest board was over this way.
The people here were like family.
It's springtime, boy.
Another quest for Cisne. Especially dangerous, fiends near the village.
Relax, I'll be fine. Hey there.
heading out?
On patrol. Got a slightly troubling report.
But not troubling enough to let us go with her.
I'm captain. It just makes sense for me to go.
Yeah, but not by yourself.
We're talking in circles.
If I may, as you can tell by looking at him, Cloud here has a lot of experience taking care of trouble. So, why don't you send him on patrol instead?
Don't worry, I'll go. Give you time to talk things over.
What do you think?
Okay then, if you've got time to spare. Recently, folks have spotted some foul-looking fiends outside the village. I want you to head to the observation tower. Take a look around. See if you notice anything suspicious.
Just leave it to him.
So I vaguely remember passing by an area called that. Just gotta survey the surrounding area.
It's beautiful.
No time for sightseeing. Activity over there. Let's go.
Trying to see if there's a quick way to get to there. It looks like towers the closest. Even then, I don't know if there's a straight shot across. There is. Okay. Scan.
Here I come.
Don't overdo it. You've got this. If you insist.
We can fight. Steel items are not great, so let's maybe go with this. Now I can use her new ability. As long as she can.
I got this. Let's finish it. Don't stop now.
Activate her ability before. Never mind, we won the fight.
You can find fiends like these anywhere. Sisane must have been referring to something else. Back to the outlook.
So there's definitely time to use the ability and build up a full gauge. Downside here is I do have to find the right one to do the scan. Otherwise, they made me do this really long climb again. Unless there's like a pre-scripted path that I have to go through.
I think I spotted something. Let's check it out.
Vaguely near the Moogle shop.
Take the lead.
Tagging out. You won't regret this. This one's for you. Get lost.
And I've definitely scanned all those. Oh, what are they weak to? Fire. That was a weaker group.
We want. Should probably take another peek from the outlook.
Eventually I'll just process of elimination all of them. I should probably look for somewhere that's kind of like an arena. But I can't really tell from the binocular. Like the two that I saw were just kind of areas covered with jungle.
Cloud, look over there. I just saw something moving.
Large shadow. I'm guessing I had to do all three. It's probably scripted.
Bingo. Let's not lose sight of it.
That is almost right next to where I was looking before, and I didn't see another mark there. They didn't call it out.
Whoa, that's enormous.
Big frog. It looks like I didn't have to scan it, I just have to see it and then it counts as the scan.
Don't overdo it.
So it's my turn? Get ready.
Too bad.
If damage on tongues will pressure them, countering their tongue or tiring them out will cause them to sit for a moment, leaving them open.
You've got this. All right.
My turn.
One more shot.
They're weak to blizzard.
You had your chance. Gotcha. Here it comes. It's on you.
Can you
Shit.
take over for me?
Here I go.
One more shot.
Good to go.
No holding back. Let's switch it up.
Let me teach him a lesson.
This one's for you.
Let's go for a prey.
That'll do.
This cloud is pretty low health.
Okay, you can do it.
You're in good hands now.
He hasn't apparently done 5 abilities yet. Also,
That's
a
some
new combat sim
fine
added.
work.
Huh? When did you get here?
Been following you for a while, but I'm sure Cloud already knew that.
Yeah, well,
View from the Outlook was pretty nice, huh? I like to relax there. Plus, it's easy to spot people coming our way well in advance.
Wait, are you expecting someone?
I've got a lot of questions I've been meaning to ask you, you know.
That's so. Fine. But I don't have all day. You get one question, and one question only. As silly as it sounds, someone who isn't with us anymore. But he doesn't feel gone. It's like I wouldn't be surprised if I woke up one day and saw him outside our gates. He's not an ex or anything like that. I don't know what he was, but I really miss the guy.
I get it.
Wish I could see him again. Make sure he's alright. Though if I'm being honest, it's just for my sake, isn't it? Not his.
Something happened between you?
This is gonna sound cryptic and weird, I know, but I stole part of his life from him, and I gotta carry that. Hold on. Didn't I say one question? Anyway, this world of ours is about to change. That's not my gut talking. The writing's been on the wall for a while now. And there's nothing we can do to stop what's coming.
I bet you could, if anyone.
That's sweet. You know, I think I see it now. What he saw in you. Yeah.
Yeah, what?
Yeah?
Yeah?
And on that note, let's head back.
And done with all the quests here, so all that's left is the new combat sim that I just unlocked. And then I think I'm done with Gongaga. So next option is either Cosmo Canyon or Nibelheim. Cosmo Canyon would give me the quest for Costa del Sol, so I'm leaning towards that one as the easy pick, as I can fight the Jabberwock there.
This area has been fully surveyed, and yet, this is only the beginning of our adventures together. I'm excited to see what knowledge awaits us elsewhere.
So none of those pirate enemies counted for a corral, so they're just kind of random enemies I can scan. I'm just gonna swap in between my underused parties for those. That just seems like the not worst way to do it.
Get ready. Here I come. That's it. Let's go.
These fights also aren't risky enough that I feel like I need to worry about what party I pick. And I'm not getting a huge bonus for like doing any optional stuff. I think I'm fine just kind of hammering my way through with whatever I want.
No holding back. You ready?
him, quickly go for the heal.
Take it over. Take the lead.
There we go. I don't feel like I get to do anything really fancy with these fights because they don't last long enough. But that's just kind of this combat sim. Just easy. Now we get something a little bit more tricky. Blizzard.
You had your chance.
Two people did get eaten and Red is asleep. Cloud is out. There's a little bit of a problem with the way this is set up. Case the case as we did live. I don't know what I want. Here, probably need the magic. Don't fully know what the plan is here. Duneworm is probably the only enemy I'm still just generally worried about. And dead. So the problem is, the one who should have been safe to get eaten was Red, because Cloud and Kate have strong enough physical attacks to break people out. So because Red was the only one left, I was kind of in a very weird position, where Red needs to like build up a bunch. Cloud died real quick, which is kind of the worst thing that probably could happen. Because I feel like out of this party, if Cloud dies, then he's the only one with Rays. Maybe I should buy more raises for the other party members, or I could just swap over the ones I have, but it feels like slightly wasted. for the rough fight. Also, I got a strength up. So, free damage boost for this.
Deal with that.
Alright, my time to shine.
I really tried to avoid that sleep.
Here we go. You had your chance. Never again.
I get spit out so quick there. And I'm probably dead. Never mind, I got a pressure. Also, I did almost forget I have Raise. That was where the Cloud is going to be in trouble there. I don't fully know how to get their level 3.
Here's what you want.
I'm guessing I need to use Ascension twice.
Don't worry about it. Come on. You like taking
No holding
And we saved him. Okay, through the one rough fight. Is where the Dune Worm is here because that was for Coral area. Good thing that's where I fought all those. So it just kind of feels like they're throwing random monsters. Fire. Should probably try to get red some more things going.
Don't overdo it.
You got this.
So Savage Assault and another one Recasive to build up charge. Cloud is the one who needs an ability. We won.
No holding coming back.
Give damage or block attacks to custom its energy. Mugo magic on like tear. Red's gonna go for a group heal. That was a lot of getting taken out all at once. White Terror is definitely the top of the two. Let's just get him with basically every limit. That one I want, that one. There we go. Have red go another safety heal. There we go. So this is probably the toughest of these, like, end of the side quest ones I've done. And it feels like it's because they just threw in a bunch of random, like, stronger area monsters. Means I could see, like, Cosmo Canyon or Nibelheim being more problematic, but also level-wise, I'm trying to see where it is. I don't see. Okay, there it is. 45, which I'm 47, so it's closer to my level, maybe.
Thanks to you, my archives are filling up with combat data. Needless to say, many hazards await you on the road, so take care.
I definitely want to heal up and then over to Cosmo Canyon. I don't remember if the minigames in Cosmo Canyon updated, because there's only one that I think could, and it would be the Chocobo training one. Can I just fast travel on the world map now is my question? Maybe. Actually, it looks like I can. So I don't need to pay the fee, I can just warp everywhere.
May the blessings of the planet be upon you all.
Means I can get through this quicker.
I don't know what it is.
I should probably check that earlier, but it's fine.
Step right up, folks.
Job board is over here.
Everything we have.
There's about to run in with a fiend. Sounds like this is gonna be a one and done if it's already throwing me into the fiend fight. Also, I need to fight the Jabberwock, who's over here somewhere. Let's do this one first. Because I think I need to either morph it or I need it to drop the item. And then I can finish up my other quest. Weak to fire. Guess that didn't count.
It's on you.
That said, recent discoveries have confirmed that the timer converts centuries by petrifying itself and melting into scarlet soil. The Jabberwock is in fact active, stored power that's hardly ever seen. Why do you think this changed? Please, help us shed some light on this legendary dragon for science. Come on! Keep it up!
And he's ready for big ability. I want to see what it is. Too bad. And she basically gets one and then it's out of time.
So it's my turn? Okay. That'll do!
I think the problem is if I use the Cloud's attack, I probably win the fight and I want to go for morph.
This one's for you! I gotcha!
That was a
And we got it.
Thanks to you, we've obtained some eye-opening data.
If I can make a single dry ether, then I'm done with pretty much most of crafting, it looks like, because I'll be almost at level 16, and I don't know how much is past that, if any. I kind of want to see if there's another Choco stop around here that I missed. Because it seems like there's a lot of open area here that I probably missed something. Is there like an invisible wall there? That is one of the things I needed. I'm guessing there's nothing fogged off, so I probably haven't missed anything, or it would show up but be locked. I guess that's probably an easy way to eliminate some areas. 'Cause if nothing's fogged off, then there's nothing I walked next to but missed. I think Cosmo Canyon falls into that. So we'll just go for side quest.
Yoo-hoo down there! Looks to me like you could use some help. Wait. TJ? What are you doing here?
It's good to see you too, Yuffie. And who's this?
Oh, this is TJ. He was Avalanche HQ's, guy on the ground? Informant? Right. And these are my helpless yet lovable minions.
It really is a small world.
You say something?
Nope, just glad you're okay. I'll be honest, when I first caught wind of Shinra's plan to drop the Sector 7 plate, I was pretty skeptical. But after you and I parted ways, I told HQ about everything I'd heard, and went around making sure my friends got out in time. And most of them did, but not all. So many lives I could have saved. I'll never forget the sight of the plate crashing down. Gonna haunt me forever. I take it you tuned into Colonel Lodbrok's speech. Makes me proud to see folks finally banding together against that piece of shit company. Wutai is gonna be at the heart of this fight, and I'm ready to risk it all to make sure we win. Nayo and them? We were on the run together after we fled Midgard. They decided to stay in Cosmo Canyon. Said they wanted to brush up on their planetology. Though, I don't know how well that'll go for him. All three seemed pretty down. Hope they're okay. Actually, since fate has deigned to bring us back together, mind if I ask a favor? You see, I ran afoul of this big old fiend. I put the pedal to the metal trying to escape, and, well, now I'm paying the price. Pretty sure the sucker's still around here somewhere. Mind, smoking him out and taking him down?
A favor, huh? I suppose I could be persuaded, seeing as we are friends. But don't expect me to lift a finger for free.
Just name your price.
And you got yourself a deal.
So how do we find this thing?
When it's not hunting, it's hiding. So it might be underground. But it should be easy to track down with one of those vibration detectors the Moogles sell at their shop.
Well, I'll be. Those monsters have got it all.
You mean this?
Pull out the vibrodetector and scan the area for signs of the fiend below. The greater the vibration, the shorter the vertical gauge will become. Closing in on the beast's position, two concentric blue circles will appear when you are approaching the fiend. Red circles will appear when you are straying. Stay on this trail, eventually you'll draw it above ground. Apparently I had a vibrodetector and I didn't. I probably purchased it and just thought it looked neat. I don't think I've used this for anything else. I don't fully know what I'm looking for, because it said look for blue circles. Because I just needed to wander around. don't know how to get that guitar back up. Anyway, I'm going the right way. I thought it was going to be much closer to the vehicle, but I guess not. So that is too far away. This is the wrong way, so I guess back this way. I wish it pinged more so I could actually tell where I need to go. I don't see anything on the gauge itself. There is that thing that's kind of standing up. That was a cactus, I think. Bunch of stuff on the ground, so I think I'm getting close. Or maybe not. Yeah, I'm extremely far away from where the quest started and it's still pinging blue, so I guess I just keep going. It is making a lot of noise and pinging faster. And we found it. Continue following it. I was wondering what that marker was, and I guess there was some enemies there. Probably be running. I was more worried about that I would fall out of the area again. Kind of hate how going over a small rock causes it to get put away and then there's no button. It looks like to pull it back out I just have to go backwards. I just wanted to see if there's treasure there, because I saw bunnies, but I guess I already got it. Still says I'm going the right way. unfortunately does not give me a lot of context. It's the wrong way, so it's still this way. And we found it. And apparently a whole bunch of other stuff.
You had your chance.
This calls for more Yuffie! Wanna beg for mercy? Get off!
Could be this one. But there's the tutorial button that I missed. The shorter the vertical gauge will be coming, you're closing in the beast's position. Okay. I think I missed the vertical gauge part, so basically I have to watch that bar in front of me go down, and then I'm getting closer. Otherwise, I just have to randomly hope it pings. And if it pings, then it means I'm going the right way if it's blue. Problem is, there doesn't seem to be any way to force a ping. I just kind of have to hope I'm going the right way for a while, and then it'll tell me if I'm wrong. I can't be on a chocobo during this, because it'll put the item away. Okay, I do see the bar notably going down now. I wasn't really looking for that. Also hard to see when I have to run and the bar is halfway obscured by his arm. Nearly there, though. Now it's probably that spot I saw earlier. Before I walk a little bit forward, let's do this. Big worm could be trouble.
It's on you.
Here goes.
Looking at stomach after it swallows a rock will pressure it.
Get ready. You'll see.
Weak blizzard.
Hey, so that's the way it's gonna be, huh?
This one's for you. I'm here for you guys. Get him.
I need to hit the stomach with maybe Blizzard.
Bundle up.
Okay, now I'm mad. I'll put you on ice. Sorry about that.
And we got him out.
Get him! You can do it! How about you show it?
Let's finish this.
That'll do!
Keep it up.
Hey, you ready?
Almost one of the finish in.
Go north and kick butt, you see?
And we got him.
Quite a performance. I'm impressed.
As you should be. So, where are you off to now?
Unfortunately, Shinra's been making moves to push back against the resistance effort. Once they tighten up the borders, travel's gonna get tough. So, I've decided to head for Wutai while I can. You're going home too, aren't you?
No, not yet. I can't. Not until I've gathered lots and lots of powerful materia.
I see. Well, try to stay out of trouble. That goes for the rest of you as well. You hear? You're bound to get caught up in the SRC's business at some point or another. Better be prepared.
Right.
Nice seeing you. Good luck out there, Yuffie.
See you back in Wutai!
Another Magnify is actually huge. And Yuffie got another level up. So yeah, I definitely want Magnify on Aerith for the extra healing. Already have a potency buff on her for that one. I would really like exactly one more slot. Linked or otherwise. But unless I get a new accessory or a different weapon, I don't think that's happening. Because everyone is 5 there. Dark Side, I feel like I'm just have it on for leveling purposes, but I'm not sure if I want to commit to it. Precision Defense, though, I feel like is good. I feel like I need that one because it's just easy ATB. I kind of want Luck because it's now the only thing that's buffing her steel. Maybe I just put the proficiency one on somebody else just to level, even though I'm not using it. So apparently I have an AP up that I forgot about. What if we just AP up this elemental? Because Barrett's currently not in the fight and I'm not super worried about it. Or I should put this other one actually on Kate Sith. Let's do it on Gravity. That doesn't seem like a terrible matchup. The only thing that's really changes now, Barrett doesn't have wind shots. Instead, I'm just power leveling Elemental. So with that, that's everything here, unless I want to hunt for a single piece of ore. I don't. In fact, I might not even need it. There's a non-zero chance I can just buy it from a shop. Check. Single Cosmotite ore and a bracelet. I do need to buy a bracelet here that I almost forgot about. Guess I can't go under this tent. Grabbing all these before I actually commit to buying the one thing. So I think Cloud and Tifa are ready for something else. So Cloud gets Aerial Onslaught, which is just a mid-air ability that can only be used mid-air. Tifa gets her Try Attack. Infinity Strike. So she can do 3 big punches. I forget if Red bought one yet, or if Red is still working on it. Still working on it. If attack during Vengeance mode, perform a ferocious counterattack, cost 2 ATB, and end its Vengeance mode. So it's basically a counter that I really have to commit to. I guess I was just waiting for that one to go on sale and then it never did, so I just forgot to buy it. Because I think I did get the other one on sale. I didn't check if that was good for anybody, but I kind of doubt it. Because it's an older area one. So I need to go inside here. I should have probably checked if there was another course available while I'm here. There is not. I can probably assume that the Chocobo race around the track in grasslands is also nothing. There's the shop.
Come on in. Hope you find what it is you're looking for.
Those are surprisingly expensive, but also it's fine. I just need one. And I don't feel like hunting around for another one. I can just do this. That's every item crafted that I have access to. Means that if there's anything else, it's either tied to a quest or it's like somehow story locked. Either way, done with the Cosmo Canyon. So over to Nibelheim to finish this one up. I didn't do the combat sim, but it's fine. I can grab it here even.
So those fancy outfits?
We keep watch to make sure the patients.
You're Shinra? Being a caretaker isn't easy.
Coming from the manor. It's the ghost of someone who used to live there a long time ago.
Back again, are we? What is it this time? Well, they're gone now. Or what was left of them. Some Shinra troopers helped dispose of their remains. How they got in, however, remains unclear. But that's for someone else to figure out. We're still struggling with the loss of Mr. Murasaki. Shinra's created a refuge for those suffering from Mako poisoning. Here they can relax and recover in their own time. Though recently some have up and left without a word, which is frankly beyond me. I'm the manager of the manor only on paper. I know next to nothing about it. Records indicate it was built as a research facility on land borrowed from the village back in Shinra's early days. The work carried out at the facility, however, was apparently quite sensitive. Pretty much all the details have been redacted. Really makes you wonder what they're trying to conceal. By the way, you spent an awful long time inside Shinra Manor. What were you doing in there?
We needed to use the terminal.
That's all, was it?
Why do you ask?
Well, you see, ever since your visit, I've been hearing this strange voice. A woman's, coming from inside. I know this sounds crazy, but you don't think it's haunted, do you?
Hardly. Besides, you're the manager. Ain't it your job to investigate?
No. I don't have the clearance to set even 1 foot inside. Regardless, I know what I heard. It wasn't just the wind rustling through the trees at night. Someone was weeping, almost musically. It sounded like a woman wailing.
For real?
I'm afraid so. And given that I didn't hear a thing until you went inside, it's clear there's a connection. Why not take some responsibility and go investigate for me?
I think I'm gonna sit this one out.
Hey.
Come on. I'm sure it's nothing serious.
Okay. Warp right to the manor. This is definitely an area where I could have missed some choco stops. There is a whole bunch of fogged off area around here. Also, apparently a port I could have taken somewhere. Guess I didn't expect to have, like, waterway access to Nibelheim from here. I just clicked the wrong one. Did heal up, didn't do the combat sim, but we'll get it on the way back.
Well, I don't hear a damn thing. So, case closed. No need for us to overstay our welcome. Eesh. What are you doing?
Be quiet. Listen.
You hear something I don't?
I
I feel it below us.
Well, I don't feel anything. But you know this place better than we do. If you're willing to lead, we'll follow.
What do you mean, we?
Scared.
Me? Scared? I ain't been scared a day in my life. I was even voted bravest buddy back in the day.
Of course you were.
Man, this is ridiculous. That guy was convinced there's some kind of ghost in here, but I'm not buying it. I say we just turn around.
Getting cold feet?
Of course not. Besides, it wouldn't be our first paranormal encounter, like the Gee. They were ghosts, I think. What was that? Y'all heard it right.
Loud and clear.
Vincent, what's the deal with you and Sephiroth? How do you know him?
Our bond is unique. I'm to blame in part for the evils he's unleashed. I've had many opportunities to purge him from this world. Unfortunately, I couldn't pull the trigger.
Don't beat yourself up.
Oh?
I don't know if you can kill him. And even if you could, I think he'd stick with you. Somehow.
Quite the rosy outlook. Wait. You're going to need my key card. It'll grant you access to the lower levels.
Hey, Vincent. You got any idea whose voice that is? Like, seen any women wandering the manor? Maybe some gal got stuck in a coffin.
Unlikely. A female staffer once lived here, but she's long gone.
Then who else could it be?
Do I have to keep repeating myself? As I said, we'll soon find out.
La 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 la, not listening.
This floor is where he conducted his combat trials. Countless subjects were slaughtered here. Disposed of, never to be mourned.
Huh. Now I know you're just screwing with me. Well, I ain't calling for it. No, sir.
Keep moving. The simulator is up ahead. Can't proceed further until we complete the trial. Best of luck.
Greetings and welcome, my lovely specimens.
This asshole again?
Today is your lucky day. You'll be participating in a series of combat simulations. Few are permitted to take part in mine. Be grateful for this honor. Well, without further ado, let us begin. I look forward to analyzing the data gleaned from your deaths, messy as they'll be.
Okay, I avoided a combat simulator temporarily and found another combat simulator. Subjects will engage virtual simulated specimens capable of high-speed flight to determine combat prowess. Since it's aerial, I'm gonna do my normal team. So every other team is probably gonna have a rough time, except maybe Tifa. Oh, yeah, we're timed. Not sure what the bonus objectives give me.
Let's go.
It was only one. I thought it was gonna be more, so I guess it's just 4 single matches.
That performance bodes well for the next trial.
Unpredictable movements to determine combat prowess. Defeat all within the time limit.
Take the lead.
Need my...
The one in the back is weak to lightning, the others are weak to fire.
Keep it together.
I want to try out Tifa's new move. Don't know what the button I need to hit is for that timing. Synergy ability, let's go, actually. Could have done a bigger thunder, but we got him.
Now you're in for it.
Huh, and don't come back.
What a fascinating outcome. Now then, on to the next.
So I didn't figure out what the button is for Tifa's ability. Stagger enemies 3 times and defeat them within the time limit. Maybe I should have gone with the other group, but it's fine. Press square while time immediately shift to 3 seconds. actually forgot about her Unfettered Fury ability, so I want to get that in. Okay, I can kind of see it now. Weak to fire, become pressured when neither head is incapacitated.
Don't overdo it. Hang back. Gotcha. It's on now. Keep it up.
It's on you.
Let's deal with that.
We didn't get the 3 staggers. We killed the last one too quick.
Most disappointing conclusion. Well, will you give up or will you try again?
So this group was fine, I just need to maybe focus on Barrett using bonus rounds, because that did ramp up their stagger quite a bit. I was kind of distracted trying to get Tifa's ability in. And let's swap. Bear did just straight up miss that.
Now's our chance.
Well, let's have to try to finish up some of these too. Then I just need to stagger on them, and then we got it. That was way too late.
After you.
Guess it's my turn. Keep fire.
And we got it.
Need to heal up.
And we won. I'm guessing I have to get all optional objectives for something. I don't know what. Because he did seem to be disappointed when I did.
An intriguing result indeed. But let's see how you perform in the final trial.
So I got a mega potion, but I'm wondering if there's like a collectible for doing all of them. Defeat all within time limit, stagger twice. Let's go normal priority for this one. Because that one was a little bit more difficult, but not too bad. But this might more reliably stagger.
overdo it.
You insist. This calls for a fight.
That is.
Just stop now. Now with extra beguiling ninjas.
And we got the stagger. Weak to fire. So we want to swap.
Hang back. This ends here. You're dead. Keep it together.
Nice and easy. Probably even easier than the prior fight. Because it's just stagger for each enemy, so I almost lost it from doing too much damage though. Which would have been less ideal.
See you around.
Item Master 2. One of the materia that I just do not care about.
Marvelous! You've cleared every trial! I've created masterpieces yet again, I see. Without further ado, my dear specimens, let's proceed to Act 2.
Let's go.
You mentioned some gal used to work here, but what exactly did she do?
Whatever the good professor bade her. As their bodyguard, I was never made privy to the details of their research.
Well, knowing that, Siegfried, I doubt he was up to anything good. And I bet that gal wasn't much better than him either.
That's not true.
Oof. Did I touch a nerve?
Just stay quiet. I have to concentrate.
You know, deep down, I knew you'd make it this far. Of course, not every participant does. Only the finest, the elite among you, survive. You should be very proud. I, for one, am delighted by your success.
Where are you off to?
To shut him up.
As a token of my appreciation, I've prepared for you a gift.
That's what we've all been hearing?
You gotta be kidding me!
Here it is, your final trial. You must face this fiend in combat and emerge triumphant or die.
I thought he is not tag force, but I guess not. Pervious to physical attacks in the rear, enough damage during subdue will pressure it, HP is low, all its attacks will inflict poison. Weak to blizzard. I was trying to get up a ward there, but I couldn't quite get enough ATB. I want to go, yeah, I think. Let's go for a prey, because everybody's kind of poisoned. mana, build up flash attack.
We'll take it from here.
Here goes. That'll do. You can do it now. It's just great.
And this should win.
I'll take care of this.
And we got him.
Guess this means we busted our ghost.
A monster. Tainted by Hojo's touch, no doubt.
Why the singing, though?
An outlet for stress, perhaps. An expression of displeasure. Despite their appearance, some fiends are capable of complex thinking and experiencing emotions.
Right. Monsters got feelings. I know we ought to have mercy for all life, but you gotta draw the line somewhere.
In any case, thanks for your help with the investigation. Don't stay too long.
10 points for Cloud. Which is has added new tests and trials of the Mako Research Facilities Combat Simulator and undertake them at your peril. Probably didn't need to do that, but it's fine. Also, is there... I don't think there's a bench near here, so I can't get my new ability. But I do want to do all the trials, because those are probably required. And also, I'd rather just not have to come back down here later and wait on the elevator. And there's also 2 combat sims for Chadley. Beat all within time limit. Organisms fused to other organisms leads me to believe it's that one group of enemies again, but maybe stronger. Similar. Could not get that counter that I wanted. I forgot I have to kill these multiple times. Unless I use fire. That's what it was.
Fight through it. I need a breather.
And we got him. If I get a stagger one, I might go back to my either Tifa and Barrett or my normal party. If it's just time limit, I'll try that group. Astral Remnant, which they seem to be pretty rare. Let's try this group again. That might have been a rough pick, actually. I wasn't expecting more of these abjugators.
Say goodbye. Take the lead.
I'm gonna go magic on the one who's immune to physical. And we got it. Broke one heads.
It's on you.
Broke another one of the heads. And we got it. Gotta be honest, I was not watching the time limit, so I'm glad I got it.
Meow, 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 meow.
And two more. All enemies within time limit. Keep it going. And they've multiplied. Where last my definitely passed it. I wanna wait for Scarlet's right. Use it on somebody. Probably. And red will go for a full heal when it's ready. right now. I didn't realize that ability was still going. Let me break that one. Didn't matter what ability, just need to use one. It was magic specific. Elemental material improved.
A 5-star performance.
I feel like it's been a while since I've seen those improve. Now it's stagger and defeat within time limits, so let's go for my normal party. Diabolic Variant. Destroy tentacles to pressure it.
Get ready.
Cloud will go for a focus thrust on that one. And we got the stagger.
Keep it up.
It's your turn now. Wanna see what I can do?
And we won. Actually didn't realize we killed the second one there, it just kind of worked out like that.
Piece of cake.
Glad they respawned their arms, because I was running a little bit towards the risk of doing too much damage and not being able to stagger. Completed all evaluations of the simulator. Door to his secret laboratory opened. And a new weapon. An enchanted ring. I don't think I found one of those yet. Bloomrose Rod. New materia slot. Finally, I get Ray of Judgment. I was thinking AP up, but maybe I just take Barrett's Elemental. I really kind of like the way that's working out, but because that is a lot of points to still build up. I guess, do I wanna put anything else that I might be lacking? I feel like none of the abilities are giving me a lot of Blizzard. Another barrier probably can't hurt. Like her lightning and wind, I'm not super worried about getting that maxed as much as I'm worried about getting elemental maxed. So I think that's fine. Also, she needs to put on those weapon orbs. Limit break damage is weird when she has no damaging limit breaks. I think that's probably worth committing that AP up to. So I did get an enchanted ring and I want to see what it does. I feel almost comfortable at the point where I can take off the Kupo item. Because I'm not really needing crafting things anymore. Duration of beneficial status effects, absolutely not. So this was required because I do have to get all weapons. So now the question is, where do I go? Probably back to Nibelheim to finish the combat simulator, then back to Coral. Or Corel. To do the side quests there. And then after the side quests there, I guess the only thing left is either Proto Relic or Gold Saucer.
Thanks to your efforts, this area has been fully surveyed. And yet, this is only the beginning of our adventures together. I'm excited to see what knowledge awaits us elsewhere.
So I have 2 more of these, and then back to Corel. Because everything will be pretty much done. MP Materia 3. I need to check if there's a bench nearby.
I wish you all the best in your ongoing hunt for world intel.
I think I already did it. Also, let's check the minigame here just to make sure there's nothing else. No other minigames there. Okay, so I guess we'll do this then.
Nibelheim chocobos are fascinating. While several breeds can fly, water walking is a feat unique to this one. Perhaps the chocobo sage chose this location in order to study these special birds.
There we go. This might be a small problem if I can't use physical. Okay, sorry. Let's see if I can do those trinities right now. Get interrupted.
Copy.
Alright, that counts as magic. And we won. Still haven't found an opportunity to get that 300%. But I guess now that I have Aerith, I might have a chance. I don't know if I followed these yet. No. Automatically becomes pressured while unleashing Needle Rain. Attack also increases the potency of 1,000 points.
Keep it together.
Still here.
Take the lead.
Guess it's my turn.
I hit it too early.
Deal with that.
Good.
Bring in the heat. Don't look now, but it's about to be all on the bang.
Gotcha. Finish it.
Don't do that up
No surprises there.
And we got him. That's also a new enemy for the list. And that's probably Corel region. At least I would kind of hope it is. Given all the cactuars. Fighting one of these is definitely going to be way easier than fighting two of them.
Let me handle this. All right.
Ready. Taking over.
Enough.
go for a quick heal on Tifa. So I figured that was gonna happen. And this should win it. Problem with the Unfettered is it looks like it does reduce the amount of stagger points I get. But also, hypothetically, I just need to take a fight with Aerith and Tifa, and then they can probably combo. Or Tifa and K-Sip. Up. I forgot to charge. Oh, that was one hit away. A little bit too slow. I need another character. Or if I had used that, I would have probably gotten it. Yeah, we won. Was real close on that one to getting the 300%. Just needed either one more punch or the stagger needed to be a little bit longer. Or I needed another character. This doesn't look familiar. Never mind, it does. Forgot what their gimmick is. Enough damage with ice damage will pressure them, followed to fire. So ideally I would want to do Fire and Cloud. I think the Unfettered Fury, while it seems to be stronger passively, I think it makes the percentage he does slower. Because it does multiple hits, and I don't know if they add up to as much. For the next one though, let's go Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa to try to get the trophy. Because it's probably going to be a harder group. And this is probably going to be my best chance. And we got them. Figure they're going to be too squishy, so probably don't want to try it for them. Just go for the win. The idea is I need to get Aerith ready with 2 bars when I have whatever enemy I'm going to focus on staggered it out. Got the sorcerer, so I win. And we got him. We went back from boss enemies to regular enemies again. Which, I needed a stronger enemy. That looks more promising. Let's go with maybe Radiant Portal there. Might need to go for a Prey or a Raise. Apparently I forgot to put Raise on Aerith. He does have it. Then ready for the follow-up. Guys, I didn't expect this. Why go this roughly? Compared to just gonna go ahead and win on this one. Yeah, we won. That got a little bit more dicey than I'd have liked. I should have probably read their description. But I was hoping I could get Cloud enough damage that he could just start using fire and that would work. But instead, I think I just made him mad. Other way to win. Means I need Tifa to be just kind of wailing on this one. That was unfortunate. Stunned. Double stunned. Just do that to be safe and have Cloud go for the win. And Loki did forget that Cloud had out equipped. Okay. And we got a better revival just in time to give it to somebody if I want. I think that's actually max level revival. Question is, do I want to use that?
Work of that simulation. Needless to say, many hazards await you on the road, so take care.
I didn't get a chance to use her ability, but it's fine. So yeah, now we definitely want to revive. Either I give her a max one or I buy another one. Let's buy another one in case I decide to save on menuing later. So I'm done here. Means back to Corel. Before I do the side quest, I want to stop by the shop. Means either I need to find some place at the bench or I just go into town. Probably into town. Because I think it's probably worth it to get another revival.
The best way to make tracks is on Chocoback.
You got a map of town?
I'm on the hunt for new loot.
And maybe we take a quick trip to Johnny's to see if there's any minigames I missed.
Tour Costa del Sol in style with now Billy's.
Check if anybody got any levels that I forgot about.
Hang loose. We take it one page at a time here.
Red did. I do kind of wish I knew how to activate the level 3. Because I'm guessing I just have to use one of the Ascension abilities twice, which means it's incredibly hard to pull off, unless I'm like max level.
Come one, come all to the best shop in
Because I would need one character to pair up with 2 other characters who both can give them limit boost.
Think of me not as a shop owner, but a materia
And
master.
then get my limit break after that. Apparently no revive at the shop. I think I have to go to a vending machine or I can't get them. But I'm pretty sure I bought some, so that I have to be able to find them somewhere.
Johnny's one hard worker. Fixing this place up is a 7-man job at least.
Johnny.
It's changed so much. Rusted
57 of 88. One's unavailable. Expert course at G-Bike. 3D Brawler, unavailable. Galactic Saviors, some more Gold Saucer, Grade 2 races, Gold Cup. Advanced rank card challenges, more Queen's Blood, survival challenges, more Queen's Blood. 2-person bouts at the Coliseum. 6-person team bouts. A bunch that I don't have access to. Desert Rush and the Dust Bowl. Gus's Party and Beast Battleground. Actor Crush on normal mode while searching for the Proto Relic. On hard mode while searching for the Proto Relic. Still need Charlie's Normal Combat Simulator, which is from Corel. Highest possible rank in Queen's Blood, I need to find one person in the Gold Saucer. Ultimate Party Animal in the Gold Saucer, don't know what that is. Then everything else is info unavailable.
The owner's collection of artifacts could prove interesting. Subject, where does he even find stuff like this?
So with that, I think we just leave here. Let's walk, because I'm just going to be going right up to a gate. I guess for now I'll give Aerith the level 2 revival. Because it's definitely gonna get more use than Barrier by a lot. Also, did I already craft the item? I kind of forgot. And my to-do list is empty. This will definitely give me at least one of the scans. I'm assuming the others are probably at the gold saucer.
Maybe we've got to lure him out. Let's see if those baddies take the bait.
Unless, like, that Cactuar one I found counted.
Some legend. This bait's a bust.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, it's like, yeah.
Don't overdo it.
Hearing good?
Weak to Blizzard. What does it say? Elemental weakness will pressure them. A certain amount of lightning damage will cause them to attack less frequently. So basically I have the perfect team. That's definitely because of enemy skill, mainly. Because Cloud can use Plasma to make them attack less, and then Yuffie can just pelt them with Blizzard.
So it's my turn? Get him! I think we're almost done. Hey, you ready?
I've got this. Here we go.
I didn't see how much that was in percentage. I think it was 20?
Don't worry.
Don't let me down.
Taking over.
Why don't you?
You won't regret this. No way.
Good.
Aw, someone need a rest? Not now.
Show me what you can do. So that's your turn now. Ready or not, here I come. You okay?
You're not getting out of this
You'll
one
see.
alive.
Gotta go. So gotta dig deep for this one.
Let's go ahead and raise. I might as well rise.
Okay, up and at 'em. Can you take over?
Take
for
the
me?
lead.
You're in good hands now. Here I go. Just at least put up a fight. Bet you didn't see this coming.
And we got him.
Better go tell Kyrie.
Right. So, what about the mayor's other request? You know, the whole take care of her thing? I mean, lying isn't the greatest, but she doesn't deserve that.
Not yet, at least.
And time for the turn in.
The best way to make tracks is on Chocobat.
Probably take one of the little vehicles to ride over in, but I think it's only maybe slightly faster.
Tour Costa del Sol in style with our wheelies.
I guess my problem with level 3 limit break if it requires 2 boosts like I'm thinking is that also means that I have to commit skill points to getting enough boost that they can actually pull it off. Which feels like even if I do the work of getting all the way to level 3 limit break, it's so hard to actually activate.
Welcome back, fellow merc. So, did you take care of those baddies?
Yep.
Ah, perfect. In that case, I'm gonna go tell the mayor so I can claim my reward.
Hold it.
Hmm?
The mayor had another request.
What was it?
Said we should take care of you.
He what? No, this has to be a joke, right?
Hate to break it to you, Kyrie, but this is no laughing matter.
What? Wait, hang on a sec. Please. Why would he ask you, my own business partner, to take me out? What did I do wrong? Oh god, I don't know. Wait a minute. Is this about my looks? I'm so gorgeous that you can't take your eyes off me, distracting you from your mercenary duties, right?
That's the best you can come up with?
No, wait! Let me guess. Are you mad that I called myself a mercenary? Or was it that I pressured you into doing all the dirty work? Or that I wasn't giving you a big enough cut?
Do you wanna die?
Forgive my granddaughter her questionable sense of humor.
Grandma?
I was taking some time off to enjoy the sun when I heard a merc was in town. Figured I'd pay him a visit and, well... if Cloud hadn't come to your rescue, young lady, you would have been a goner. Don't be fooled. That mayor's no model citizen. He's as wicked as they come. You need to pick your targets with care.
Yeah, you've told me 1,000 times.
Make it 1,001, because you still don't get it.
Look, I'm doing my best out here, okay? It's just that some things are beyond my control. You're the one who doesn't get it. No matter what I try, every single time, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Ah, Kyrie, you know I only want what's best for you. And if you're to be the next guardian angel of the slums...
Honestly, I kind of get where Kyrie is coming from here. Parents want kids to listen to them because they know what's best, but they don't. They just want us to do whatever they tell us. And that really, really sucks, you know?
I've always looked up to the guardian angel of the slums. But that's your thing, Grandma, not mine. And no matter how much I want to follow in your footsteps and make you proud, I can't. Because I'm not you. I'm me.
I don't know. You certainly sound just like me.
Oh?
Ah, forgive me, dear. I know I shouldn't push you, or nitpick your technique. So how about this? We work together as partners, equals. Sound fair? Now then, shall we head home? The people need us.
Okay, let's go.
In any case, thanks for looking out for my little merc. I'll be taking her back to Midgard.
Try to make sure she stays there.
Trying's about all I can do.
Thank you for stepping in back there.
I was just so pissed I had to say something. Stay strong.
You too. Girl power and all that.
Come on, partner.
Coming!
Actually, let's say we look for one last job before we leave.
Oh, I've got an idea. You see, I dug up a little dirt about that mayor.
Just a little?
So, what do we do now?
We go and tell the mayor we took care of the merc, just like you wanted.
Okay. I feel like a lot of these quests that I picked up are all goofy partnered. And maybe that's just to like give people who want it for the gold saucer a chance to build her up if they still weren't able to get her to a decent level.
Save your aching feet and ride a wheelie instead.
That's Costa del Sol done, leaving just kind of the desert area around the gold saucer, including the proto relic.
Oh, there you are, friends. I heard you ran that little swindler out of town. I would have preferred a more final farewell, but she's gone and that's enough. As a token of my thanks, accept this reward.
Sir, we've got trouble. See for yourself. They even found the secret safe. It's empty.
What?
You better head back.
We hereby bequeath your ill-gotten gains to the more deserving masses. And it's signed, the first and third guardian angels of the slums, radiant saviors of the sun-kissed. No way! You go, girls!
I'm on the hunt for new love, baby.
Apparently that unlocked a new quest, but not here, because it's not on the board.
Oh my god, it's the Wheelie Master!
Hang loose.
I should check the book. That was a number of points there. Ideally, I want one. I think Yuffie and Aerith don't have a good pairing. So if I could find one for them, that would be ideal.
For me? Hang loose. Looking to fiddle with some folios?
But I think she actually needs to get a limit break now. Overwhelmed with powerful ninjutsu. That looks fun. Problem is, I don't think she can physically activate it. Evoke the power of a raging cyclone to annihilate the enemy. Big spin to win. Those two I should go for next. Unless there's an ability combo I need. Refocus. It would be nice if there is a way to zoom out, but I don't think there is. Limit level increase, that's pretty much exactly the one I need. Because then he has a limit level increase with both Aerith and Yuffie, and he could use his
Later.
level 3 after that.
We take it one page at a time here.
I forget if Barry got the one he needed, or if he's still... Yeah, Barry already got it. So now what do I want him to work? Or probably not that. Limit charge rate by 5%. It seems like the last thing for everybody is more limit gauge. I've never used them in a party together. A range scatter shot, or I give him more elementals. It is actually very tempting to do that. My options are basically give him just passive regular abilities, or have him just start buying everything else that's more expensive. I think I'm gonna go for these to give him more elementals. Because I think his stats are mostly MP and HP, which I'm not nearly as worried about. Luck by 50. Let's save up for Kate Seth though. Their limit break has saved me more times than I expected. So Gold Saucer has a quest, and then there's, I'd assume, almost 2 there. But I also want to go for the Proto Relics. Because it sounds like there's no hard mode, or I need to progress story to unlock hard mode. Looks like I gotta finish all of them. In that case, I think I need to just go to the Gold Saucer and start doing minigames. I do desperately want to save it before the Gold Cup.
Should split up to look for Dio.
Will do.
If I catch you goofing off, so help me out.
Cloud? You got a minute? There's something I failed to mention about the Temple of the Ancients. You might call it a legend, or a warning.
Uh-huh.
You see, no one who goes into the temple ever comes out again. No one. And I'm wondering if you really want to take everyone to a place like that.
You said it yourself. It's just a legend.
I did, aye, but...
Let's focus on finding Dio and the Keystone for now.
I just realized. I forgot to do the Dust Bowl. And now we're locked in the Gold Saucer. Unless it just means I can't fast travel out of the Gold Saucer, but I can take, like, fast travel from the Gold Saucer. Like, what happens if I talk to this person?
Greetings, sir. Do you wish to depart the Gold Saucer?
Nope, gotta find Dio. See how they kinda hard log me into this one? Let's go to the Ghost Square to finish up the final Queen's Blood thing for my rank. Because if I get max rank, that would just be kind of nice.
And here we are!
Where is he? I'm glad you came, Cloud. I am the Drell Balon, the person responsible for Queen's Blood. The Queen doesn't know what I'm up to yet, what I'm plotting, but we don't have long. Time is of the essence. You must show me what you are capable of before she discovers us.
And rise in rank if I win this. I got a bunch of new cards. Are any of them any good? If I enhance that one, then it buffs at least one spot. This one was kind of tempting. It's a 1 card that gives me a 2 that buffs. Sid also had a really good one, because it enhanced a whole bunch of spots, but it does take 2 turns to set up. That might be better than Titan, actually. This Titan's good for damage, but it's not great for setup, which is what I kind of need. That one's an attacking one that would kind of work with me. Raises the power of 2 cards, but it's a 2 cost that I kind of need to play in the middle. Cloud is a strong main. I think I would rather have that than a second move. This is just kind of a card that gets really strong. Lower the power of ally enemy cards by 6. I don't know what the junior does, so I don't know if that's any good. Destroy enemy cards on affected tiles. Spawn elementals that enhance when destroyed in your empty positions. Power by 3 for each enfeebled card. Raise power of allied cards on affected tiles by 5. Lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by 5. Power by 2 for each other enhanced ally card. That's basically an alternate version of Dio that gets less territory, but maybe gets stronger. I kinda wish that the description was either up or could be moved, 'cause I can't really see what's actually new. This one would be an interesting one for my setup, but I think I have too many cards that hinge on being in play to buff. Gonna put one of those back. Let's try this. So if I can get Cloud like set up in the back somewhere, he kind of becomes a random win condition. kind of really like the way that Sid plays here. And I can play Cloud in the middle there next to Dio, who will buff everything. After I claim those. Gonna win that row real quick. And also this row. Unfortunately, I couldn't get Cloud buffed. I just realized is a kind of crucial part of him working, because I have nothing that really buffs the middle there. I would basically need to combo him with the Crab, most likely. Lower the power of ally enemy cards on affected tiles by 3.
Well played. Not that I ever truly doubted your potential. I was right to leave you that letter.
Letter? What letter?
You remember, don't you? The inn at Con. I hung it on your door, though I signed it in the proprietor's name.
So that was you.
Forgive my subterfuge, but I was in dire need of a skilled player. And you certainly did not disappoint. You were even able to best me. Which, while impressive, won't be enough. Not if you intend to hold the Shadowblood Queen's card in your deck. That foul thing is the source of this nightmare. The very embodiment of the villain herself. Through the card, she feeds all wielders' life force, claiming their strength, that she may one day be reborn. Countless players have succumbed to this vile curse. And now one more death is all she requires to return. Cloud. Find the sorceress. She who rallied the people. She who deposed the queen, the Emerald Witch. Her card sleeps in Nibelheim with a monster of chaos. You must hurry before it is too late.
Congratulations, Cloud. You have attained the rank of Blood Sovereign. This is it. Only one opponent remains. The Monster of Chaos. I know nothing of their skills, but I have faith that yours are superior. Vanquish this fiend and the witch's card will be yours.
Okay. I don't know where that is. So I think Sid was a good addition to my deck, but I feel like Cloud is going to be a bit trickier than I thought to pull off. I'm gonna save it after every minigame I do, till I get the gold cup. Because I don't want to have to redo any of these minigames. Technically I should do it now. But I'm also not super worried about knocking that quest out.
We've arrived at your destination.
I feel like 3D Brawler is the one that I'm going to have the most trouble with, so I should maybe get that out of the way. The G-Bike is also here. G-Bike is either one I'm going to one and done or I'm going to struggle with it. There's also a ton of challenges here. I get Limit Booster if I get this. think. I should have taken the side there. I didn't realize there were points up there. I realized I was going to put down a hazard. Wait for another big group to wipe out with the spin. Oh, energy reserves help. Wasn't sure what it was telling me. If it meant I was running out of time or something else. Kind of extremely hard to steer this, because I was literally holding just right the entire time there. Oh, there's a drift. Didn't realize there was a drift button. So I just looked at the controls and figured there had to be a better way to turn. Wasn't looking ahead. Because I had the blue ones are outside just crash. There's the finish. I don't think I got enough score unless time wins it. did get an S rank, so maybe. I was just a little bit over, so we got it. Got limit booster. Fills the limit gauge halfway at the start of battle. Not bad, but it's not one I was super hoping for. I'd say the one that I'm definitely the most worried about out of all the mini games is 3D Brawler, because it just really doesn't click with me. Also, let's do these. High rank positions already on the battlefield, throw your most powerful troops into the fray right from the start in this overpowered war of attrition. Like, I feel like Griffin could be really strong, but the question is, what do I want to swap out for it, or do I want to try to focus on building up Cloud in the middle? It's like the bird I got or works for that well. I think I should take out a Cactar for a Griffin. I think 2 Cactars is a bit of overkill. And then I can maybe replace Sid with a better buff. Everything else looks fine. I'll be taking those back. And that one. Like, this is a case where I feel like my setup was off, but Cloud could have been really good here. I wanna lock in that 3 spot. That one gives a +3, or that gives +2 to that row. I can also just kinda make this row stronger. And now we win. Gotta say, Sid is really good. Cloud, I have to get into a very specific spot to make him work. Luckily, he doesn't buff enemies. Start with Mai, who unleashes a powerful effect when she claims an ally. In addition to the other cards in your hand, give your enthusiastic AI guide the chance to prove that she's not. Not only does she play second fiddle, she does not play second fiddle Charlie, she leads the band. Cloud I might end up swapping out, but for now we'll see if I can get him to work somewhere. Place an ally and lower the power of enemy cards on affected tiles by the replaced ally's power. So that only really does much if I have a very strong card in front. Otherwise, it's like maybe like 1 or 2 points down. But she does claim the tiles she takes, which is really nice. Don't really have a good card to play there, so I think I just kind of have to throw away the Cactuar to take the spot below it. Then I can sacrifice the Cactuar to take the... to weaken the spot there. This is starting to look like a real weird board. I think I just want to take that one. This is kind of a mess. So it'll lower the power there, but it'll take out another one of their cards. That'll get me 16, which is not enough to win. I almost need a stronger 1 card to play there. I think Cloud is the only one who's kind of good here. And I need at least 3 points there to win. I can do this and take their top row. Or their back row, I should say. I ran out of cards. And unfortunately, I lost by more. Because all of their cards got buffed because I destroyed stuff. This is a very weird one for me. I feel like Amai's not gonna help me much here. Because my cards get better from being enhanced, and I did destroy one of my cards that would have probably won me the game if I had left it in. If I could play Arch Dragon there, that would be ideal. If they don't take that back, then I'm... Otherwise, yeah, I'm in trouble. Let's take both of those and stop their buffing card. There is a lot of very rude plays happening. That's a win. I just kind of win until they ran out of cards. I could even win by more if I wanted, but let's just end match. Because it feels like I might be risking something if I try that. Enemy cards are destroyed, raise the power by 2. Endure your opponent's relentless onslaught by shoring up your defense on both sides, thus hopefully buying you enough time to clear a path to victory. I don't like it when they say both sides, because that feels like I'm gonna just be somewhere in the middle. I guess I am. Big question is, do I try to take this whole one side, or do I go the other route and try to take that other side so they can't play anything else? That might be the worst thing they could have done there. They somehow managed to destroy Dio. Do I go for the buff, or do I go to claim the space? And I won. That was a weird one. I'll load the power of ally and enemy cards on affected tiles by 5. Begin the match with positions on the top and bottom of the battlefield instead of the sides. Try not to get turned sideways by the change. Make use of the extra space on either side to claim victory. Alexander placed in each player's territory grows stronger as more of its ally cards are enfeebled. Turn the seemingly advantage and overwhelm your opponent. think we do that. That was actually a really rough loss for me there. Now I am out of cards to play. I didn't expect them to take that one back. If I can get that mid spot for Cloud, that would be ideal, and it's gone. Sid, I needed way earlier. Got 17, which is not enough. Is better, but still not quite there. And now there's nothing that I can do. I'll try once more with this deck, and then I might need to do like an auto make enfeeble deck, because it's kind of a problem for this one. This is not shaping up how I want it to go. Yeah, they can just replace too many cards and take mine out. Maybe one more go, because that seemed almost worse. Like, the thing is that they can just kind of replay over their cards if they got something they didn't want. And I don't have a good counter for that. Like, I can try to wall off one side, but it doesn't seem the most ideal. They also have a four-way one that really just kind of ruins me. I need to get control of the middle really quickly. And now it's just kind of filling in spots, and hopefully they don't steal anything. They did destroy what's potentially their strongest card to give one open spot. They've got more open slots to try to make a comeback. What are they gonna do? They've got to make up so many points. At this rate, they might. Okay, they ran out of cards. So if they had more cards, I might have been in trouble, but they didn't. That one was a rough one. Our valid cards unaffected tiles by 3 while this card is in play. A 4-cost one that raises 2 behind. That is a weird card. Because it feels like either you gotta give up claiming territory or you gotta give up your buff. So it's kinda bad. Fewer starting positions than normal, keep a cool head in the face of adversity, make for power-enhancing tiles near the polygonally fruit in the center of the board, and you should be able to come out on top. Cloud so far is still kinda not doing anything for me, and I'm strongly considering swapping it for something else. I got lucky they're kind of merciful there, because I could have definitely taken that spot and locked me out of that row. Or they'll do it that way. Here's the question, do I go Chocobo and Moogle or do I buff bottom row? Chocobo and Moogle will not win me that. And neither will that, so I think I'm out of moves. They just claimed a little bit too much territory before I could. So this one's just kinda good because it just lets me claim a bunch of spots. Which I think is something that I'm kind of missing. And Cloud is just not cutting it. Like, as much as I want to make Cloud work, it's just kind of not happening. Unless they have a replace, I just walled them in. Now we buff everything and win. Or they get a card that they can play. And now I've completely isolated most of their cards in that corner. But not all of them. But enough that when I play Dio, I should win. Oh, that hurt. I waited way too long on Dio, hoping that I could eventually lock that in. But we still got it. Just not by nearly as safe of a margin as I would have wanted. Intimidatingly large number of positions around him when played. He's a 2-cost that basically claims... If he's played in the middle, he just claims 2 entire rows. A tough match spanning 3 rounds to see how many total points you can accrue. Win and receive a reward based on your point total. I need 70 points for gold. Rufus is very tempting, and I'm wondering if I want to swap out Zemzalet for that. Because it's still a 2-cost, but it's a 2-cost that basically claims 2 whole rows. Actually, it's probably better than Moo, by a lot. Because Moo I mostly use for the same thing. Like, the pointed buffs is negligible. Compared to getting 2 whole rows. I think we play that so we can claim both rows. At Chadley or Mai, or at a random Cactuar. It's almost not worth it to play any more cards, but I also feel like it's a waste if I don't. I think we pass, because I can't play anything more to get more points. $13 points for round 1 is not bad though. Open this card and add a random legendary card to your hand. Mai is actually really strong here. This situation especially. And we won that row. I'm gonna play that there so I can blow it up and take out the middle row so I can get more points. And then I'll save one for the legendary card I could get. Apparently, Rama. Trying to think of how I wanted this, because if I play this here, I might not be able to get the row back, but if it works, then I get Rama out and I take over that entire row. I didn't realize he was gonna hit my two cards as well, which is a problem. I'm not winning the top row, but I'm also going to be hurting the bottom row, which is a problem. The question is it worth it to play this? Because that only gives me 18 more points. Because right now I'm winning by 20, and this will make me win by 18, so I'll be winning by less. But if they have more cards to play, then I'm in trouble. Lower the power of enemy cards on effect tiles by 3 when it's in play. I think my issue there was Rufus would have been really good for some of those, but I didn't have him when I needed him. It says all I get for the other ranks are... I have to get a higher rank for that one. I think I'm going to hold off on trying for better on Extreme. Because the only thing I get for winning with 70 points is more gold saucer points. And also, I can't even do the last one to see if that's all I needed to do. It is easy.
Can you hang on a sec? Kinda busy here.
Alright, you're the boss.
Cloud! Don't even think of lecturing me. I already did my recon, and a turnip squat, okay? Anyway, you wanna throw down? Bring it on!
Guess it's only up and down for her on both Analog 6.
At least put up a fight.
And I lost. Let's retry that. I feel like if I exit out of this after losing, then I lose. It's up apparently. That's down.
Aw, what's the matter?
Hit the wrong side.
At least put up a fight.
Hit the wrong way first. I gotta remember the uppercut is the one where I push back and then I push forward if it's anything else.
Damn it.
Bring it on!
Hit the wrong way.
At least put up a fight.
Hit the wrong way. The mix-up got me. And we lost. I don't think I did 3D Brawler in the original very much, but I feel like I preferred it to this version, because this one just feels like I have to really wait him out. And if I mess up, then I can really snowball to losing. The wrong way first.
Aw, what's the matter?
Yeah, it seems to be very forgiving in terms of timing, but it does make me commit to whatever I push first. So if I hit like the wrong way and then try to switch it, it does not count. wrong way first. And we won. Laser and ship, defend with UV. New difficulty unlocked. Shiva. Left, right, in every direction of the left-hand stick. Don't let her fleet-footedness catch you off guard. So this right side I only have to dodge once, but I have to basically be aware of every version of left hand. That was apparently down. That was to this. That was up. I don't know what her up is that I need to hit. Because it's not like the other ones where it's very clearly an uppercut.
Damn it.
I feel like the last one's going to be every direction for both analog sticks. That was apparently down. If she goes really low, I need to go down. And that's a loss.
That was sloppy.
I couldn't decide on a direction there first. That was apparently up. Wasn't ready for that one. Maybe it is uppercut where I need to go down on that one.
Damn it.
I hit the wrong way first. Feels bad because I missed the easy one. I hit the right stick for some reason. I thought she was going right there. That's up. Yeah, it's hard to tell her arm position because she's floating. So I can't tell between mid and up very well.
That was sloppy.
goes down. The uppercut is a little bit more telegraphed. I hit right first for some reason, thought she was gonna go that way. And just completely whipped it. Yeah, if I can get through 3D Brawler, I feel like I'll be much more confident about the minigames left. That was down. Almost hit the wrong punch. I thought I had that one, because I actually did hit right. And that's a loss.
That was sloppy.
That was up. That was a big wind-up, so I think mid is more of a wind-up. Now I'm just whipping everyone. And that was supposed to be down.
Damn it.
That was a misread on my part. Why did that, like, do no damage? Wait, is it because I'm looking at the wrong gauge? Oops. That was a big wind-up, I needed to go side. And we got it. I don't know why I was thinking there was a damage gauge on the right side, and I was watching her gauge and it didn't move, and I got confused. Ifrit. Golden Brawler gloves if I get this one. All three on right and also left. He has a hook and an uppercut. Watch out for his combo Fist of Hellfire. I didn't realize I was left. Anybody since I haven't seen him use the uppercut yet. That was definitely an uppercut. 。 . 。  . 。 . . 。 . . . . . . . . 。 . . . 。 . . . . 。 . .
。 . 。 .
. 。 . . . 。 . . 。 .
。 .
. 。 . So at least his arms are a lot easier for me to read.
That was sloppy.
Still a matter of executing. I went down by accident. And I went left for some reason. There we go again. I went right when I should have gone down. Oh, and I think I was just slow. Maybe we just retry this one. It's like I got hit by every punch. That was an uppercut. That was not an uppercut. Those two look kind of similar to me. I thought that was the hook. Did a mix up into an uppercut there. And I did wrong side.
That was sloppy.
I accidentally pushed up. Should have read that as an uppercut, but I went and tried to go to the side. Yeah, this is definitely one of the minigames that I feel like if I was better at reading their movements, I could get it done in one, but it feels like I almost have to luck my way through half the time. Because I definitely either hit the wrong one or I read it wrong. Forget again. I pushed left on that one, but I guess it didn't take it. If I can get a handle on the speed of their fast combos and read them well enough, that's usually when I can win. I just have to like get pounded by that a few times. Two uppercuts that I read wrong on both. I read it wrong again. I went right for some reason. I accidentally hit down. And I lost. I do feel like I can see his arm movements better than I could with Shiva, partially because he just has massive arms. That was an uppercut. Another uppercut. I hit down by accident. And another loss. I think the thing that it also feels off is it feels like I have to get 4 or 5 punches before I win, where they just have to get 3. Unless like their combos I think do less damage. Keeps opening with uppercuts and I'm just never ready for him. Accidentally hit down. I feel like he always follows up that combo with an up.
Damn it.
Kind of blanked out for that one. I keep misreading that uppercut and doing the wrong input. And left side should be the easier one, so I shouldn't be messing up on that one as much as I am.
That was sloppy.
Because there's only 2 options, either does a big wind-up or a smaller wind-up. Also never quite ready for the R up.
Damn it.
I didn't think that was an uppercut. Another uppercut. There we go again. No, I just hit the wrong button entirely. Accidentally hit to the side first. That was closest one yet.
Damn it.
I went. Thought he was gonna go for an uppercut there and hit the wrong one. And he got me. I guess the thing here is I don't feel like I'm getting better, I just feel like I have a good run where I called it right. I didn't like hit the wrong button. That was definitely a misplay, but I would almost like it if there was some method for me to counter with punches, but it's just dodging and waiting until they are vulnerable feels bad. I hit down first. That one I should have hit down, but I didn't. I think the worst part is I also know that this isn't the last one of these.
That was sloppy.
Because I think I saw the trophy I end up fighting Sephiroth in the 3D brawler. I hit down before I hit side. I hit down before I hit side again. That one, he got me with the uppercut. Yeah, because that one feels bad because he got 2 combos off and he was never vulnerable at any point between those 2 combos. Because the combos are supposed to be the point where they go vulnerable. If I mess up the combo, they can basically just attack forever. Wasn't ready for the uppercut. Hit the... I tried to hit up there, but I was too slow. At least it feels like I'm pretty regularly getting to the halfway point. Kinda hit a diagonal there, so I didn't really commit to either. I kinda hit the diagonal again. I'm really messing up his uppercut on the right side. I don't think I dodged a single one of them. Because I just kept hitting like side first, and then I realized it was gonna hit between. Thought that was gonna be an uppercut. And wrong way. I missed the 2 combos, so he was just never open again.
That was sloppy.
If I had landed both of those combos, then I would have probably won. I think those might be the same pattern. And I didn't hit that well enough. So I think if I block, it means I was late on the timing. So I take or they build less limit gauge, but I don't get the credit for like dodging. So that was an uppercut again. Okay, so that is a scripted combo. Way too late. So both of his first combos are scripted. So it's always like left to left, uppercut on the right side, uppercut on the left side, and then it's overhead, side, uppercut, and then I don't know what's after that because I've never gotten past that. The wrong one there. That was too slow. Okay, that was the first combo again. Because I think I didn't hit him at any point. And we won. So yeah, figuring out those combos are scripted made that way easier. And it looks like he changes it up based on his health gauge. Golden Brawler's Gloves. 5-star hotel for getting a bunch of collectibles. I need a drink after that. So that's effectively 2, maybe 3 minigames done.
Hey there! Got a big pile of points to trade me?
Good news, there's a bunch of crafting things that I had to get, and they're all here.
Make sure to come back once you've racked up more points. Hey there, musclehead!
So we need to save. I didn't realize that they were going to add a very special crafting material there, but I did have just enough points to afford all of them.
Everybody's pumped up for tomorrow's big
Where would you like to go, Kubo?
I don't think it's a Vent Square, Speed Square probably. I want to do Spaceship minigame next.
And here we go.
Our mission today is a vital one. In support to defeat the enemy.
The universe is in your hands, Rangers. Fuse together on the dark side of the distant galaxy.
I don't know why Sid has a quest marker on his head unless I'm supposed to just talk to everybody.
Ready for blast off, Ranger?
Space Ranger Medal of Honor. 45,000 for the highest score. I think my health is a little bit lower than I like. Almost halfway to where I need to be. I wasn't watching my health. I was too focused on trying to get that tail knocked out. I would say they're definitely more aggressive in this. Than like the prior version, it felt like I was never in danger of like dying. Okay, so barrel does consume my energy. I was wondering why I didn't have bombs in that first one. Accidentally wasted a bomb there, but it's fine. I don't know when these two become vulnerable, and that's kind of a problem. Their tail is super hard when it's not on the screen. Just missed him. Do I need to get perfect for the high score though? Because at least last time I didn't. Yeah, we got the ship. I got a score bonus, so I got way over what I needed by a long shot. That might be the easiest minigame in this game. And I got a bunch of extra gold saucer points. So, time for another save. I think all that's left now is Chocobo Racing, which means that I can do the side quest.
But we mustn't waver in the face of danger. We must fight together to bring it.
From there, you will strike at the very heart of their fleet in a bid to destroy the Titan flagship.
You're being deployed.
Just name the square, and I'll get you there.
Of the galaxy.
Unless a battle square is open, which it could be. Because either, I don't know where the story progresses, but Sid had a diamond above him, so I'm thinking it progresses with Sid.
Check it out, Cloud. Can you believe this?
Corneo?
The Dawn outstayed his welcome in Midgar and decided to set up shop in the Saucer. Great timing, eh? Interesting. There's an event being held at the Musclehead Coliseum tomorrow.
If there's a dress rehearsal today, Dio might be there. We should check it out.
Guess I got locked into it.
I bought some protein. Did you see that
Musclehead
crazy-
Coliseum will host an epic concert.
Aha! Found
And we found him.
Greetings, Mr. Director! He doesn't look quite right.
Well, if it isn't our friendly fugitives, you're looking hale and hearty.
What happened to you?
I made a painful discovery that the Turks are stronger than they look.
You, sir, should know better. You're no spring chicken. Speaking of old things, whatever happened to that wee keystone thingy?
We need to get our hands on it. Was part of your collection, last we heard.
It was, yes, and in fact still is.
Point of order. My ancestors owned it. Don't you think that makes me its rightful owner?
A Cetra, are you? That, my dear, is a bold claim. But still, who am I to dispute your heritage? You may, of course, have the keystone. That is, on one condition. You must take part in our exclusive event, the Fight for Naming Rights. Dio's champions versus the Corneo family. Should my team fall to those rogues, the gold saucer will become Corneo land. Let's it out! Training hard and getting those gains.
What's up, party people? What's up? It's a challenge from the dogs.
Mind and noise.
Give the people what they want. Take it, entertainment.
But look at me. I can barely lift a finger. And here I was lamenting my lot in life when you came along. 'Tis fate. Nay, divine intervention. What say you? Will you be my champions and go to war against Don Corneo?
I'll do it. I'll fight.
We win, we get the keystone, right?
As agreed, you have my word.
Then we're in.
Then we have ourselves a deal. Naturally, I want you in peak physical condition for the big bout, so please use my hotel to rest up.
Great! I'll jog on ahead and tell the others then.
So hopefully the story didn't progress so far that I missed out on like dialogue things. Otherwise, Yuffie was the only one I managed to find and talk to. Sid was also a story thing. Maybe we just check back with Sid. See if he's still there. Yeah, I think the only thing left in terms of minigames now is Chocobo Racing, where I have to finish all the Grade 2 races, and also the Gold Cup. Sid is no longer here. Unless I went to the wrong spot.
And here we are!
It is kind of tempting to just blast through this chapter to get to the end since I've spent so much time on side stuff, but also this feels like it's intended to be the side stuff chapter.
Oh, hey Cloud, got some news. Apparently the powers that be like what we have to offer. Gave us permission to race in the Gold Cup. So I went and signed you up as soon as I could. After all, you're the best jockey I know. The cup is 3 races, and you get points based on where you place in each. Bird with the most at the end wins. But the races are nothing like you've ever seen before. Gotta be on the ball if you want to take the top spot. Anyway, when you're ready to face off against the finest riders this side of the continent, head on over to registration.
Okay.
Which of these races will you be competing in?
Gold Cup is now available in the Gold Ring Jockeys. The pinnacle of Chocobo Racing is run over 3 legs, and the jockey with the most total points after all 3 takes home the cup. Try to estimate the competition by placing first in all 3 races, which earn you a flawless victory. So that one is locked because I need to unlock it through Grade 2. Up on circular springboards to soar over any pesky obstacles. So Hoverbird sounds like the most interesting, but that is a huge hit to speed, so I think we just go Pico with the set we already made. I should probably check their new stuff, but it's fine. So I think this was relatively decent when I used it last. So in order to finish Chocobo Racing, you have to win all of these 10 races. And also the Gold Cup. Almost max speed. And now we're maxed. So now I just go for a speed burst to maintain my lead. Just barely missed it, but I wouldn't have gotten much out of it. A couple steps. Now, just gotta everything well enough to keep pace. I don't fully know when dashes are good, if ever. They feel so underwhelming and it seems like I can only use them at certain times. Somehow I ended up in second, and I don't like it when that happens. Especially because I'm on last lap, this would be the worst time to suddenly, like, lose. I'm guessing somebody just took a jump that was different than me, and it gave them a slight lead while they were, like, gliding. I'm just gonna play safe and avoid the obstacles. Like I'm hitting the dash button now and it just doesn't work there. Guessing it's because I was in a dash after a drift. First race of the day done. I can now compete in the Gold Cup. I get Hyperion stuff if I get through there, which I'm guessing is for the Chocobo. It's Helm, Arm, and Shin Guard, so probably that. I'm thinking I might try to go a little bit long today just to get as many of these minigames done as I can without putting them off until next time. But I might just go for the Gold Cup at some point and say, let's wrap things up. That hurt. That was not the time I wanted that to close. There goes all my speed. It was tempting to go for red there. I kind of looked away. And max passive speed. I didn't think I was going to get through that. Weird turn. I should have gone for the reds, but I was already full, so it didn't matter. Second lap seems to have gone much smoother in general. Maybe the ideal time for the dash is when I need to avoid one of those monster obstacles. A very sharp turn that I'm just never quite ready for. So I can't use dash through there. So it's not for that obstacle. And we won by quite a big margin. So now we're up to gold races. I think that's a better one to wear. Because I am very frequently in first place going into the final lap, so just a free stab boost for that would be best. I'm accidentally hitting the trigger, that's what's happening. I wasn't sure why I was suddenly like turning around. Forgot there's a small shortcut there, but I think the boost might be more worth it. Really need to get my passive speed up. Because I keep running into stuff and it's kind of a problem. Sir? Didn't realize I was there. I would have grabbed that way earlier. I didn't take the turn sharp enough. I didn't realize it was gonna keep going. I'm not in first place going into the final lap, which is a bit of a problem because I lose my buff. Really, gold is the first race where I'm not like just absolutely crushing everybody. Tried to take a shortcut there and it might not have been worth it. Nah, I think we won. Just barely. That was a lot closer than I expected it to be. There we go. I feel like the Gold Cup can be the final quest, but I'm not sure. Because I definitely feel like there's going to be another one in Dust Bowl somewhere. I got knocked away from one and missed the other. That feels bad. I couldn't see that that was a turn. Not a big fan of the extremely dim lighting on these tracks. hitting every chocobo on the track. I have 0 speed buffs. Say first place is really making me work for it. I wasn't ready for the turn, so I just kind of stopped running. Ideally being first going into the last lap, so I get the buff. Yeah, we got it. I don't know how much of a buff it is, but it is just a pure speed buff. I didn't think I was going to turn that quick. At least I don't lose my victory lap if I fall out of first place. Yeah, we got it. See, some of these races are getting a little bit more tense than I'd expect. Maybe I just do the gold cup now. And then did I actually reopen fast travel?
Looking forward to your next race.
I did. So I'm gonna save here, do the quest, and then I'll probably dip over into the Dust Bowl.
The following races are scheduled for today.
Joko, King's Cape if I get my first win.
Cloud! I can't believe it. This is really happening. We're about to race in the Gold Cup. Oh, hell.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting for this moment. We made it!
Rein it in.
Couldn't even if I wanted. Okay, Cloud, your bird's ready and raring to go. All that's left is...
Cheating, if that ain't the stupidest. Obviously some sore losers are trying to raise a stink. We'd best nip this thing in the bud. You tell them the reason we keep winning is because we know how to take care of our birds. Long time no see, Merc. And Miss Tifa, too. Should have told me you were dropping by. Would have given you the royal treatment.
Oh, hey, Sam.
Gotta say, I was surprised to see your name on the jockey list. What sparked your interest in bird racing?
This and that.
Fell into it, did you? Well, you're a natural. Not just anybody can break my aces straight.
That was just a practice race. My official record is still pristine. This is the Gold Cup. The contest for which Hyperion and I have trained non-stop. You got the drop on us before, but you won't get lucky twice.
Now we're talking. You two are gonna give the people a race to remember. You're...
Billy. I work on Bill's ranch. You might remember my parents, Will and Clara, since you killed them.
Did I?
Don't play dumb. You were mad their business was eating into your profits. So you got them addicted to gambling. It was all part of your grand plan.
Wouldn't say the story is that simple. But the truth can be one bitter drink. You ain't nowhere near old enough to keep it down.
I ain't just some stupid kid. And I'll prove it to you. If my man here wins the Gold Cup, that's proof I'm old enough to hear your truth.
You're on. Piddly little ranch like yours ain't got a chance. But best of luck to y'all.
Sure about this? Pressure's on now.
Yeah, well, all I gotta do is win it all, right?
Okay, I'm assuming I need to like win at least the first time, just based on points, ideally with a flawless victory.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Gold Saucers Chocobo Racetrack, which today plays host to racing's biggest competition, the Gold Cup. Over 3 grueling races, our contenders will push themselves to the limit. The world is watching with bated breath as the best of the best take their places for what will surely be one heck of a race. Fan favorite Joe will be riding the Chocobo Hyperion for Sam's delivery service. And given his track record, many expect the decorated champion to be first across the finish line. All right, folks, our contenders are ready. Every gate is occupied, so this is it. The moment you've been waiting for, the Gold Cup.
I definitely get the feeling this is probably the hardest race of, just because it's like a whole special cup and requires 3 wins ideally. Flying up. That was a little bit too close. Can I can't retry the race if I lose it too badly. I'm only in 4th despite hitting my head against the wall a whole bunch of times, so maybe I'm fine. I really like it when like that one time I got there and I couldn't tell how long the gates have been open. So I just had to either commit or hope that if I turned towards the one that was closed, it would open on me. Should have gone. Never mind. I should have gone right there to grab the boost. Did miss both of those, which is not ideal. And we won. That was way closer than I would have liked. I don't like those cactuar doors. Those are probably the most difficult obstacle by far. Because it's either I get there at a good time or I get there right as the door closes, and then that's a problem. And if I hit it, then I just lose a bunch of passive speed.
We hope you're ready for more, ladies and gentlemen. Because we're just getting started. Here comes our next race.
That was a rough hit. I realized that was going to be 2 turns. I'm not watching the map much. Ideally, I really need to get back into first place going into the final lap so I get my boost. That's not a terrible shortcut. But not enough to get me back up to first. Gonna slow down there. But I was trying to turn with a boost to see if I could do it while just like jogging. That might be me losing the race. If I didn't hit those last few things at the end, I would have been fine.
Ready for more, ladies and gentlemen?
And it starts me at the second leg, which is great.
Getting started. Here comes our next race.
So I don't have to redo the entire race, just the one that I hit retry on. Either I take the safe path and get a passive speed boost, or I take the dangerous path for a dash. Seems to be the theme there. That turn is hard, even with better drifting. I think I just took out a bunch of their speed because I was using my boost. That they didn't hit me at all, and I just hit them a bunch. I do like how they did put an obstacle out there in the middle of nowhere expecting you to cut across. Yeah, we got a boost. I can't tell if that canceled out that, like, dash panel. That's definitely the way to do that. And much better. Yeah, I didn't mess with my score from doing the retry, so it's just a free retry if I know I'm gonna lose. Or if I already lost by that point.
This is turning into one heated tournament, folks. But who will be riding home with the Gold Cup? Only one more race remains in this exciting event. Let's see who comes out on top.
So what's gonna be the gimmick for this one? Alright, starting with doors, I hate it. There. I hit the trigger by accident again. those are too big to just push out of the way. Going into this at third is not the most ideal. Somehow missed all of those. I should have been drifting this whole time. And I really went from like 2nd to 8th. This is a rough one all of a sudden. It didn't help that, like, I basically started the race by them just ramming into me 8 times. I just cannot build any passive speed because they keep bumping into me. I'm never quite ready for that drift when I should be. And we won. Clutched it out right at the end with a very tight drift. Okay, flawless victory.
I cannot believe it! The Gold Cup goes to none other than Cloud Stripe and Bill's Chocobo Ranch. He's taken 3 races in a row in an unprecedented, flawless victory. No one saw this snake in the grasslands coming, and now the racing world is sure to remember his name.
Nice work.
You did it, Cloud! You really did it! You went and won us the Gold Cup!
Yeah, I know. Mind letting me breathe?
Nice riding.
Thanks.
There's a streak-burning bastard. He stole the title right out from under my nose.
Well, Hyperion didn't make it easy.
I'd hope not. Mighty fine bird you raised. He beat mine fair and square.
Just tell me, what happened to my parents? I held up my end of the bargain. Now it's your turn.
Son,
kind of business your parents were trying to break into after they got their ranch up and running? Wild chocobo conservation. It's no secret that environmental changes have been hard on the birds, and what's bad for them is bad for business. Unfortunately, nobody seemed to care. Saving the planet ain't cheap, you see. Folks know somebody's got to pay for it, but they'll be damned if it's gonna be them. So while everybody else turned a blind eye, one couple faced the problem head on. Your parents. They had everything they'd need. The know-how, drive, and passion. Thing is, none of that counts for much if you ain't got the gill. So they went around taking out loans left and right, till they were swimming in debt, which is when they ran into the meanest shark of them all. Reckon you know who.
Don Corneo.
I didn't know it at the time, but that sleazy son-of-a-bitch was rounding up folks and shipping them off to Shinra for their experiments. Will and Claire figured it was the only way they'd be able to save their business, so they signed up. A while later, Will paid me a visit, begged me to take the reins in his and Claire's stead. He wanted what was best for those birds. As did I, so I took him up on the offer and bought him out. And since then, I ain't seen either one of your parents. It was only after that I heard about Corneo's antics through the grapevine. Couldn't do a thing to stop him. Not with Shinra in the wings, that's for sure.
They say anything about me? Or my sister?
Not to me, no. Don't go thinking they forgot about you. You and your sister were always at the forefront of their minds. The business might have gone south, but they chose to give up their future to make sure you two could have yours. That's why you got a roof over your head, a place to work, and food to eat.
I can't believe it. I've had it wrong this whole time.
Son, I'd be surprised if there's a wild chocobo out there that doesn't owe its freedom to your mom and your dad, one way or another. Hell of a legacy to live up to, but if you want it, the business is yours. Just know this, it ain't gonna turn a profit. So unless you can find a way to fund it, you'll wind up in the same trouble as your folks. Think it over. Maybe chat with Pawpaw too. Call it. Heads or tails, son. Get it right, and I'll float you some operating capital.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'm gonna do this on my own. Me and Chloe and Gramps, I mean.
You truly are their boy. Got your old man's pig head and your mother's backbone. Not bad.
I'm gonna do my parents proud. You'll see. It may take some time, but I'll make sure their legacy lives on. I don't get it. If Gramps knew all this, why'd he make it sound like Sam was to blame?
He was probably trying to protect you, to stop you from going after Corneo or Shinra on your own. So he pinned it on Sam, knowing that your uncle would be okay shouldering the blame.
Shouldn't have to tell you this, but seeking revenge would be stupid.
I know. Still, if an opportunity did happen to come along, you'd help me out, wouldn't you?
Hey, I'm a world-famous jockey now. Can't be associated with that kind of stuff.
You had me going there.
Okay. So we finished the quest there, and if I'm not mistaken, there's still another quest, yeah, at the job board there. So there's one more quest left in Corel region. So here's what I'm thinking. I think that was a fairly good spot to round things off on. That did seem like a very nice way to close out a long kind of quest line that started way back in the grasslands. Or save. And we're over 9 hours anyway, so it's probably a good time to start getting ready to wrap up. So let's see who's on to raid. See, Zaid's going with a birthday stream. Let's go say hi to Zaid. Okay, so my plans for tomorrow are probably to finish up Princess Peach Showtime. And then I'll be getting back to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth next Saturday. If I stream on Wednesday, it'll probably be Rise of the Ronin. And then Rise of the Ronin and Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will basically be my weekend streams until Stellar Blade comes out. It does feel like I'm getting very close to the end of this, even though I still have I think there's 14 chapters. I'm maybe halfway through 12 at best. So probably at least 2 streams of this, unless the last chapters are much shorter than I think. And then we gotta do hard mode. Hard mode, I'll probably swap out my Saturday game to something else if I do hard mode, because I'll be skipping most cutscenes. But that being said, that's it for me today. Go say hi to Zaid, and bye-bye.